Muy feliz mañana, mis estimados. Espero que estén muy bien. Feliz miércoles a todos ustedes. Si me están viendo otro día, feliz el otro día que sea. Espero que estés muy bien. Bienvenidos a esta edición del Casino del Tío Salo. Ya saben que, como siempre, vamos ahorita a analizar cosas para todos los nerds que les gusta hacer dinero. Pero antes quiero platicar con ustedes de algo. Ahora quiero platicar de la crisis energética que creo que se viene. Y esto tiene que ver un poco con lo que les enseñé en el último en vivo. Ahora, estoy muy emocionado por esto, porque en el último en vivo les puse enfrentito cómo funciona en práctica encontrar un fondo, entre comillas, ¿ok? ¿Eso qué quiere decir? Que cuando va a haber un cambio de tendencia, te lo ponen enfrentito, ¿no? No hay de otra. Y quiero que lo aprendan. Esto es una de las cosas que más me interesa que aprendan. Voy a ya dejar de intentar explicar todo perfectamente para que todo el mundo lo comprenda. Nadie lo comprende. Si no lo entiendes, no lo entiendes. Y ahora estoy llegando al punto donde lo único que me importa es que lo comprenda mi cuenta de banco. Y acá entiendo que hay varios de ustedes que pueden seguir este tipo de narrativas, pero la gran mayoría no. Y honestamente, mientras mejor me vuelvo en esto, menos gente ve el canal, que es lo que yo quiero. Quiero que llegar a este canal tenga 100 personas abajo compartiendo la información que comparto. ¿Por qué? Porque es lo más chistoso del planeta. Mientras peor era en poder decir esto es lo que va a pasar, más gente me veía. Mientras mejor me vuelvo, menos gente me ve. ¿Entienden el chiste de lo que es la vida? De esto se trata el juego. Voy a empezar con esto. Vamos a empezar con noticias chidas de lo que hemos estado viendo y que parece ser, se viene. Y ahora, esto es relevante de acuerdo a lo que vamos a ver ahorita, ¿ok? Y les voy a decir el por qué. Denme un segundo y déjenme comparto esta deliciosa pantalla. No, es para invitar a gente. Aquí está, para compartir pantalla. Voy a empezar con Tesla. La razón por qué es porque en octubre habíamos platicado que los robots, ¿por qué vender robots como Optimus de Tesla cuando te los puedes quedar como dueño y rentarlos a la gente? En vez de que te paguen $30,000 por robot, ya puedes cobrarles al mes, etcétera. Y esto literalmente, ahorita lo acaba de anunciar, Tesla el 14 de febrero va a dejar de vender el FSD y solamente vas a poder suscribirte a él. Así que efectivamente estamos en el camino correcto. Esto me da bastante gusto poder entenderlo. ¿Ok? Y esto ahorita les voy a platicar más. Ténganlo en mente. Esto tiene que ver con inteligencia artificial porque estos perros llegaron ya a otro nivel y creo que nadie lo está captando. Nadie lo está captando de que las empresas grandes de inteligencia artificial están entrando en un nuevo paradigma donde ya va a ser imposible echarnos para atrás. Ya entramos en ello, ¿ok? Esto que está pasando es el principio de eso. Y ahora, esto para todo el mundo. Para mí lo más importante de esto es cómo lo percibe el mercado. Lo percibe como alcista. ¿Ok? Atentos, lo percibe como alcista. ¿Por qué les digo eso? Simplemente quiero empezar con esto. Los voy a traer acá y les voy a poner este video. Han visto todos para que lo vean. Ahora, 1000 perdones que les esté poniendo un video mío. La única razón es porque el lunes, en lo que Bitcoin estaba en 91,400, lo pueden ver acá, les dije, hemos encontrado fondo local para continuar el rally. Después del rally, una vez más continuar la caída. No vamos a máximos históricos. Es justamente lo que les dije. ¿Cómo supe esto antes de que todo el mundo lo supiera y que los maestros de todo que les han dicho que este es el rebote? ¿Por qué vergas lo supe? Análisis técnico, en parte, pero es una combinación de análisis técnico y esto es lo que a los miembros del Elite Trading Academy les quiero enseñar. Todos ustedes que nada más me ven para hacerme clips, hagan un clip de esto. Pónganlo ahorita mismo, grábenlo porque van a ver el clipazo que se van a aventar, ¿ok? Ahí les va. A ver si lo pueden escuchar. Ustedes. ¿Cómo? Y adivinen qué pasó. Venimos para acá, Ok. Estamos acá nosotros, ¿no? En Bitcoin. Esta tendencia, este chop que estamos viendo acá, es chop, ¿no? Y está yendo de arriba para abajo y de abajo para arriba. Bien, entendido. Cuando llegamos ya a esta parte, una vez, esta tabla les está vendiendo a todos que esto es alcista. Una vez más, esto es lo que quiero que entiendan la psicología. Si no entiendes tablas, escucha la psicología de esto, porque esto es lo que maneja el mercado. No las tablas, solamente esto. Esto es lo único que maneja el mercado y la gente va a decir, es imposible que sea tan fácil. Es posible porque nadie se lo cree. El día que todos ustedes estén de este lado va a ser imposible. Pero por ahorita yo sigo siendo un loco de mierda. Entonces, escuchen al loco de mierda. Ya. Ahora, esto normalmente sugeriría que esto va a tener continuación y va a bajar. Estoy de acuerdo, pero no aquí. En este momento acabamos de encontrar algo pivotal. Para todos ustedes, es más, no, sí voy a poner la puta cámara, lo siento. Lo siento, porque este es un punto muy importante de todo lo que siempre platicamos y esto es una de las lecciones más grandes de todas que puedo yo darles de lo que he aprendido, de lo que puedo ver. Esto es cierto y me da gusto que lo haya hecho ayer y que pausamos, ¿ok? ¿Qué hemos visto? ¡Oh, no!
Hemos visto
Traigo el mismo
rankear.
suéter. ¿Qué les he dicho? Cada que Bitcoin va a cambiar de tendencia y se va a ir al otro lado, ¿qué es lo que hace Bitcoin? Nos da confusión. Nos mete y nos saca, nos mete y nos saca. Es lo primero. Confusión. En cuanto entras en una zona donde todos tus traders, porque todo el mundo espera que todos los traders siempre estén perfectamente yendo y pegándole de huevos. El mismo equivocarte es parte de lo que te está enseñando el camino a dónde va el precio, porque estás aplicando la misma lógica una y otra vez y hay algo que cambió fundamentalmente que ya no aplica tu lógica en. Pero en vez, la gran cantidad de gente lo ve como, no saben de lo que están hablando. Si saben y los ves y todo el tiempo le están pegando, y lo digo, por ejemplo, con Alex y con Farhan, donde están encima del juego, están encima de todo y de repente ves, güey, ahorita no están saliendo los trades, es porque es un cambio de tendencia. ¿Ok? Y ahora, no estoy diciendo un cambio de tendencia para completamente irnos para arriba, pero ahorita una vez más, si voy a estar apostando en la bolsa, en Bitcoin, voy a irme long en vez de short porque hay un cambio. Ahora, continuamos escuchando a este pendejo y háganle un clip, por favor, a esto. ¿Qué ha estado pasando si pones atención a todo tu trading últimamente? Y por ende, yo he hecho menos trades. Te mete y te saca, te mete y te saca. Está haciendo una tendencia alcista dentro de donde está, ¿no? Eso normalmente es bajista, pero no si la vas a continuar. Y esto es lo que les habíamos platicado cuántas veces, ¿no? De este rally, por fin, del Relief Rally que va a continuar. Porque esta vez ahora viene. Por fin te dieron la mala noticia. Es todo. Es todo. Lo que este pendejo te está diciendo, esto es todo lo que tienes que saber. Esto es todo. Cuando todo ha sido, porque vean, todos los días te están mintiendo. La Reserva Federal metió no sé cuánto y todo. Te están intentando desviar. Este güey es un conspiranoico de mierda, ve lo que está diciendo. De todas las pendejadas que estás viendo. Están intentando mantenerte alcista en lo que no sube el precio. Y una vez que todo se ve muy bien para arriba, te dicen el domingo, ¿no? Porque te habían dicho, güey, Tesla se va a ir a $1,500 porque SpaceX y Tesla, y aquí es donde tienen que aprender cómo Elon Musk es parte de esto y cómo usa Chamath al indio, es hindú, me parece. Bien correcto. Chamath es hindú, que también era parte de los de Facebook, con los que empezó Facebook, y ahora le mama el pito a Elon, porque obviamente tienes que. Y Chamath fue el audífono, ¿no?, que usó Elon para decirle a la gente, vengan y compren este tope aquí en Tesla, vengan. ¿Cómo? Aquí hay dos cosas que estamos aprendiendo, topes y fondos. Diciéndoles que él pensó, Chamath, a mí se me ocurrió de la nada que Elon, conociendo a Elon muy bien, que iba a no ofrecer el IPO de SpaceX y que lo va a juntar con Tesla. Quiero que entiendan que el momento donde más rico te haces en algo es cuando lo sacas público. Hacer un merger de dos empresas y no sacar una públicamente sería el error más grande del mundo. Se los dice alguien que acaba de enterarse ayer que una de sus primeras inversiones en un startup están aplicando para hacer un IPO, por cierto. Nunca en mi vida me había tocado algo así. Así que yo imagino que esto fue un poco el desearlo. A huevo. Si solamente quieres ser varo. Y es, digamos que lo que quieren hacer. Si una empresa normal, una empresa privada, quisieras que valiera un chingo de dinero, no lo puedes comparar con cuánto valdría tu empresa si la sacas en el Stock Exchange. Por eso tienen esa barrera tan alta. Para la gente que ya entra y es parte del club es otro pedo, ¿ok? Cuando te está... Espero ser parte de ese club pronto. Bueno, van a tomar unos años porque todo el filing toma tiempo. Están mandando todo el fin de semana. Güey, se viene el superciclo. Se viene todo esto. Y antes de que te subas, porque te están intentando hacer subirte, esta es la parte más importante de todo lo que literalmente diario les intento enseñar. Porque no solamente se trata de análisis técnico, es esto. Te dicen, uy, pero Jerome Powell, y vean a Jerome Powell en todos lados, y la bolsa empieza a abrir en rojo, alcista. Una vez más, el precio de Bitcoin en este momento estaba en $91,400. Estoy en long por eso. Es así de fácil. Y esta vez, yo sí creo que te va a dar un buen pompazo. Esta vez, porque está así, como ven, esto es cuando malas noticias vienen en lo que está cayendo algo, Dios, eso es. No, ahora, una vez más, esto no es el fondo. ¿Y por qué tiene sentido? Porque cripto, damas y caballeros, cripto cayó. La bolsa, en teoría, esto es lo que todo el mundo percibe. Esto no es la realidad, esto es la percepción en la que los tienen a ustedes, la realidad creada para ustedes. Todo el mundo percibe que la bolsa está aquí arriba. No es cierto, solamente 7, 8 acciones están aquí arriba, todo lo demás está en la mierda. Pero la percepción es, la bolsa está aquí arriba. Cripto, de haber estado aquí arriba, cayó acá. Normalmente en este periodo del ciclo, la bolsa debería seguir a cripto y nos vamos todos para abajo. Y eso. Ahora tienen que entender, psicológicamente hablando, esto es algo que todo el mundo entiende. Donde si ves la bolsa arriba y cripto para abajo, todo el mundo dice, ahora la bolsa va a seguir a cripto. Por ende, el movimiento menos esperado sería que cripto fuera a dar el movimiento que parece seguir a la bolsa. Ese es el movimiento que nadie esperaría. Pero una vez que lo vean, todo el mundo va a decir, la bolsa va a continuar y cripto va a ir a altos históricos si seguimos en el mercado alcista. Es súper fácil de creer. Pero si ahorita cripto tiene un pompazo que vaya por acá, todo el mundo va a decir que fue el fondo de la bolsa y que cripto simplemente tuvo un dip que nadie sabe por qué. Y lo van a intentar justificar con ideas pendejas, ¿no? Si quieren ver cuál es la razón más pendeja con la que lo están justificando, vean a un güey que se llama Raoul Pal. Búsquenlo. Raoul Pal, uno de los güeyes que más te ponen enfrente, que menos entiende. Y lo hacen a propósito, una vez más. No es nada en contra de ese güey. Si eres un imbécil y literalmente eres famoso y pueden usar tus clips para poder hacer que otra gente crea en ciertas cosas, lo van a hacer. Y es lo que hacen con estos güeyes. O sea, esos güeyes, básicamente el sistema elige jugadores que pueden vender mejor narrativas. Y este güey es uno de ellos porque tiene un acentito, está bronceadito. Lo que ese güey diga es lo que quieren que todo el mundo... y ahora, Raoul Pal no es parte del complot, ¿no? Raoul Pal es uno de los güeyes más pendejos, pero lo ponen enfrente de todos ustedes todo el tiempo, porque por alguna razón eso funciona. Todo el mundo le cree a un güey que tiene un acentito pendejo que falla en todo, que le ha prometido a todo el mundo alt-season todos los meses de todo, no importa, pero recuerda, es alcista. Entonces, a ese güey lo están usando, lo usan para lo promueven para promover las pendejas más rápidas. Cuando veas que esos güeyes, como ese pendejo, lo tengo que decir así, así que cállate, Alejandro. Pinche changuito malo, no. Cuando ves esos güeyes y que te dan una razón, esa es la razón que le vendieron. Porque, ¿cuál es la razón por la que cripto cayó y la bolsa no? La bolsa sí cayó, nada más no los índices grandes. ¿Me entiendes? Por eso no es toda una ilusión, es toda una narrativa. Vientos, Alejandro, bien puta madre explicado, cabrón. Y es justamente lo que quiero que entiendan. Cuando ustedes me preguntan ahorita, güey, ¿cuándo vamos a comprar Circle? ¿Cuándo vamos a comprar Coinbase? ¿Cuál es tu punto de entrada? No te puedo dar un punto de entrada porque el mercado funciona así. El güey que te esté dando un punto de entrada desde ahorita está hablando solamente desde lo técnico y tienes que entender que lo técnico no funciona sin esto. Esto es lo que confunde a todo el mundo. Esto es lo que hace que todo el mundo se pierda. Y esto es lo que quiero enseñarles ahorita con lo de la crisis energética. ¿Ok? Y la razón por qué es porque justamente pasó lo mismo y yo mismo no me di cuenta hasta poder repensarlo, porque tengo que reflexionar siempre en todas las cosas que estoy pensando. Me gusta esto. Ahora, no soy un experto en energía. Esto, en realidad no soy un experto en nada. Soy un pendejo para todo. Tiene que quedar claro en esto. Solamente soy menos experto que personas que han visto, ¿cómo se dice? Soy menos experto que personas que han visto 5 minutos en CNBC o leído un artículo de estos donde les ponen ya todos ustedes, pues se vuelven expertos en energía. Yo no soy experto en energía, no he leído ningún artículo de 5 minutos ni tampoco he visto un video en YouTube, pero lo único que tengo es lo siguiente, ¿ok? Tengo el poder de la amistad de mi lado, no. No, les quiero enseñar en serio. Vi una crisis energética, varias cosas. Uno, Elon ha estado hablando como loco de inteligencia artificial y todo lo que está viviendo inteligencia artificial en este momento, y se los digo de corazón, Estos güeyes le pegaron algo. La cantidad de cómputo y energía que necesitan está aumentando. Mientras más datos están procesando y mientras más sofisticadas se vuelven estos LLMs, se están volviendo mucho más chupadores de energía. Va a haber un momento donde esto cambie, pero por ahorita nos están llevando a un escenario donde esto va a causar un poco lo que vimos en el 2022, en mi opinión. Y ahora, ¿por qué lo digo? No lo hubiera dicho nunca si no estuviera viendo el petróleo y dos cosas hubieran pasado. Aquí mismo les dije en vivo, por favor no me vayan a hacer un clip del video pasado porque también les dije que iba a subir hasta 96,000 y ahí estaba su take profit. Entonces no quiero que me saquen diciendo cosas que pues no pasan. Aquí también les dije, esto me suena a zona de fondo del petróleo. Es más, tengo el dibujito. Y ahora, esto, por ejemplo, esta parte no sé, la de que va a ir para abajo. Pero el que viene a los 78, viene a los 78. Ah, cabrón, no estoy compartiendo con ustedes. Puta madre, pinche genio de cagada. Esto es lo que yo tenía. Lo que acabo de borrar es esto, para que lo vean. Esto es lo que les dije que no creo que esté pasando. ¿Ok? Yo creo que mínimo vamos acá. La razón por qué es porque estás viendo el petróleo. Lo voy a poner en la trimestral. Entendamos que debajo de esta línea meme, hemos estado muy pocas veces. El 2008, el 2016, que no me acuerdo, fue la crisis internacional, y el 2020, debajo de la línea punteada, y llegamos a la línea puntada y debajo del promedio del 100, ¿ok? Aquí es donde dije, aquí hay algo, y además pueden ver que tiene un setup de volatilidad en la trimestral, padre, trimestral, el petróleo, ¿ok? Y además, ¿qué fue lo que me hizo pensar esto? Si llegamos a una de 2 semanas y lo vemos por acá, la misma noticia que yo mismo no podía entender cómo digerir, ya lo entiendo, porque no se trata, quiero que sepan esto, las noticias no se tratan de que nosotros entendamos qué es la noticia se trata de cómo la perciben todos. Y esto es lo que les había dicho de Jerome Powell. Yo no entendía hasta el lunes en la mañana, antes de hacer el en vivo, que les dije, vamos de 91 a 96, y literalmente les di 96 como objetivo a todos mis traders acá. ¿Dónde puta madre encontró el choque para bajar? 96. Cantadito. Y se los digo de corazón, no es por estaba bien, es porque quiero que aprendan esto. Porque las mismas preguntas vuelven a regresar. ¿Cuál es tu objetivo de precio? No tengo objetivo de precio, tengo cambio de narrativa como mi entrada. Y es lo que es y es lo que ha funcionado perfecto. ¿Por qué en el petróleo estamos viendo una reversión de tendencia? Porque la gente tomó, como lo de Venezuela, y personalmente yo también, lo de, güey, fuimos por el petróleo, probablemente van a vender el petróleo, esto es bajista para el petróleo. Eso es el fondo. Cuando te venden que se acabó, que ya tiene que ir para abajo y este es el colapso. Ese fue el fondo. Ahora, el gas natural va a subir con el petróleo y todo. Yo personalmente sí creo. Ahora, el gas natural se está dando la vuelta ahorita y yo creo que el gas natural ahorita sería una buena compra. Una vez que mantengamos, si vemos el fondo en los 2.73, si eso lo aguantamos, este es tu momento. Si no, espérate tantito más. Abajo hay una oportunidad en los 2.4. Pero el gas natural, y yo me imagino que todo lo que es nuclear, ahora muchos de ustedes van a decirme, ¿deberíamos de comprar Oclo? No tengo ni puta idea, porque Oclo no tiene nada hecho. Todavía no tiene nada hecho. Entonces, quiero que entendamos, el problema es inmediato. La falta de energía no es en 2, 3 años, es ya. Y no se ha visto reflejada en ningún tipo de mercado todavía. Y el hecho de que todo el mundo esté construyendo una narrativa negativa con lo de Venezuela, con el petróleo, tienen que pensar esto. Estados Unidos, ¿se acuerdan cuando Joe Biden vendió todo nuestro petróleo y el petróleo estaba carísimo, ¿no? Que lo usó las reservas de petróleo para no sé qué chingados, y el petróleo estaba carísimo, él vendió acá. Y ahora el petróleo está aquí abajo, nos robamos más petróleo, subimos el precio y volvemos a deshacernos. O sea, son como buenos traders, ¿no? Y es justamente lo que estamos viviendo en este momento. Estamos yendo al otro extremo de esto. Y mucha gente, esto es otra cosa que la Paqués habla de. Y es impresionante cómo te puedes meter en la cabeza que definitivamente hay inflación, porque viste, ¿no? O sea, puedes ir a comprar un coche en descuento, puedes ir a comprar casas en descuento, puedes comprar muebles en descuento, puedes comprar casi todo lo que necesites menos comida y esenciales en descuento. Pero, güey, están subiendo las tarjetitas de memoria. ¿Ven la inflación que hay? Y también hoy me meto en otro long antes de abrir este en vivo. ¿Por qué? Porque en la mañana me sacan malas noticias del PPI. Ni siquiera sé, no me interesa, es irrelevante el número. Si hasta ahorita no lo crees, pues güey, nunca vas a aprender. Entonces, el número es irrelevante. Lo interesante es la noticia, cómo afecta a la gente. Y eso es lo que a mí me llama la atención. No tanto el cómo yo veo la noticia, una vez más, cómo la gente percibe estas noticias es lo más importante de todo lo que pueden ver. ¿Ok? De un segundo. ¿Cuál era la otra cosa que estaba viendo? Vamos a ver. Y la otra noticia negativa que te están tirando también en todo, y esto me dice que la bolsa, las pocas acciones que están por ahí van a continuar un poco más para arriba en este rally, es ¿cuál puta madre será la mala noticia? Se me acaba de ir una vez más. Ven que Donald Trump está diciéndole a todos ustedes, los aranceles pueden ser ilegales y sería devastador. Esto literalmente, la gente no sé por qué no aprende esto. Bueno, sí sé, entiendo perfectamente por qué. Es un ciclo todo, es una repetición. En un tiempo idéntico al de ahorita, hace 100 años, literalmente pasó lo mismo. ¿Y qué fue lo que pusimos? Aranceles. ¿Por qué? Porque hay una reorganización económica alrededor del mundo. A ustedes se los venden de, güey, los aranceles vienen porque Donald Trump está loco o por el déficit de no sé qué. Los aranceles vienen porque va a haber un cambio gigantesco en trading alrededor del mundo, en intercambiar productos, servicios, etcétera, por inteligencia artificial. Una vez, principio y final de ciclo, y es lo que es. El que les estén diciendo que los aranceles los van a dar la vuelta y los van a... No es cierto. Tienen que entender, el gobierno, los gobiernos trabajan para las empresas más ricas de Estados Unidos y esos güeyes, ¿ok? Entonces, ¿por qué van a decirle ahorita a las empresas gringas de todas estas cosas que estamos sacando que váyanse a la verga y vamos a darle preferencia a las internacionales? No tiene sentido alguno. Entonces, por ende, estamos entrando en un punto interesante en cuanto a energía se refiere, el precio del petróleo y todo esto. ¿Va a causar inflación? No. Igualito. Y ahorita es lo que te van a empezar a perseguir. Te van a empezar a tirar la narrativa de la inflación que viene con esto, ¿no? Como el mismo imbécil que ve todo en descuento, pero encontré una tarjetita de memoria que subió de precio, por ende la inflación continúa. Y todo atrás de él que dice 30% de descuento, venta de liquidación, ¿no? Pero esta tarjetita subió de precio. Es la narrativa que ahora les van a tirar, que una vez más, que la inflación va a venir de vuelta. Y todo Paco que se ha equivocado con la inflación ahorita, les va a volver a repetir lo mismo. Y todas las personas que vieron todo ese error una y otra vez de esos mismos güeyes van a cometer el mismo error y van a caer en lo mismo. Solamente para que lo tengan en mente, porque esto de verdad funciona, damas y caballeros. ¿Cómo vamos a encontrar nuestro siguiente fondo o tope? Con una noticia bajista en el fondo y con una noticia alcista. ¿La noticia la tengo que interpretar yo? No. ¿Qué es lo que importa? Cómo la interpreta el mercado y qué tan viral sea. Cuando la noticia viene supercargada de gente, y esto es lo mejor que pueden hacer para poder darse cuenta cuál es. Cuando la noticia viene supercargada de emoción que no tiene sentido, ahí es cuando dices, aquí hay algo raro. Y esto fue dos cosas que ocurren que no tienen sentido. Una conferencia de prensa de Jerome Powell en domingo, donde nadie trabaja los fines de semana, los abogados, ni la gente del gobierno, ni nadie de ellos, ¿no? Tiene que salir en domingo a huevo porque es el día que Jerome Powell tiene libre para ponerse en un... O sea, no mamen, para empezar, ¿no? Lo fabricado que es eso. Y la segunda cosa, el hecho de que haya gente que se esté indignando, ¿no? ¿Cuántos videos no vieron de esto se acabó? Estados Unidos no está dejando ser el Banco Central independiente. Eso es para retrasados mentales. El hecho que crean que la Reserva Federal es independiente de todos, eso es de retrasados mentales. Tienes 50 años, hablas de economía y crees que la Reserva Federal hace algo más allá de simplemente aplicar los deseos de JP Morgan Chase y de los otros megabanqueros, eres un retrasado mental y te lo digo con mucho cariño porque tienes que despertar, cabrón. O sea, no mames, has desperdiciado 50 años de tu vida con algo que no entiendes. Es así de fácil este pedo. Así de fácil este pedo. ¿Quieren hacer dinero? Vean el mercado así. No lo quieren hacer y quieren decirme que estoy loco y la chingada. Por favor, únanse al club, únanse. Porque la única persona de la que me fío en lo que estoy diciendo es mi cuenta de banco. Es la única. Siempre y cuando esa cabrón esté contenta y creciendo, estoy a toda madre. Pueden ustedes decirme que estoy loco, siempre y cuando les traiga estos, ¿no? Y eso les tengo que advertir, me equivoqué en mi predicción de Bitcoin del 2021. Fue hace 5 años, no importa, nunca voy a aprender. Vámonos con el Trading Academy, damas y caballeros, porque para eso estamos aquí, ¿no? Para aprender esta chingadera que todo el mundo quiere. Y lo mejor de nosotros, lo que hacemos diferente de todos, es Alex y Farn tienen sus sistemas, los dos funcionan bastante chido. Wow, ¿qué pasó con mi Discord? ¿Se desconectó? Un segundito que no sé mi password. No seas. Un segundo. Me desconectó en esta computadora. Un segundito, por favor, y ahora les voy a enseñar qué es lo que tenía que abrir. Mi manera de autenticar esta chingadera. ¿Cómo odio Discord? ¿Nadie más? El güey que haga. Y hay tantas personas invirtiendo dinero en hacer un buen Discord. Es tan fácil, pero no voy a poner dinero en estas cosas ya más. No me interesa hacer nuevas empresas. Todo va a estar regalado pronto. Ok, vamos a empezar con esto. Caigan en nuestro Discord de Lead Trading Academy. Aquí les dije el día de ayer que cayeran. La primera salida que hubo para gente que no quería rifarse más era en los 93,100. Ya era una buena lana, por cierto. Aquí para mí era una excelente lana, pero nos llevamos una muy buena lana. ¿Por qué? Porque en la de 8 horas vimos que la volatilidad también estaba moviéndose hacia arriba con la expansión de precio. Y esto, por cierto, continúa en la tabla. Esto continúa en la tabla. La expansión de volatilidad ya se dio, se movió para arriba bastante agresivamente. Esta parte de aquí abajo empujó a la alza y eso es literalmente donde estamos parados en este momento, damas y caballeros. Así que aquí lo tienen primero. Honestamente, les di a ustedes el trade en vivo. Y ahora aquí lo que están viendo es simplemente las ideas de salida. El objetivo era 96, nos dio el 96,400. Me pasé por 400, entonces ya saben que siempre me equivoco en estas cosas. Importante que lo tengan en mente. Así que vénganse acá para poder ver todas mis estupideces y para que me hagan todos estos videos donde salgo equivocado que no han aparecido hace 5 años, por favor. Cáiganle también todos los análisis de Alex, completamente gratis, los del buen Farn. Todo esto es gratis. No, esto es gratis. Tal cual como todo lo de mi portafolio que nadie quiere ver, eso también es gratis. Para que vean por qué funciona lo gratuito. Tienen acá nuestros enlaces para lo que necesiten y también tienen Criptolingo por acá. Importante, esto es bueno para todos los que están aprendiendo, que les faltan entender abreviaciones. Aquí tienen las abreviaciones en español y en inglés. Ahora, si no sabes la definición, por ejemplo, ¿qué es un bearish retest, no? ¿Qué es un retesteo bajista? Te recomiendo de todo corazón y sin afán de hacerme millonario, porque, bueno, así es como me hice millonario en realidad, así me compré mi Pagani vendiendo cursos, solamente que empezaron los cursos en el futuro y me fui al pasado para poder hacerlo. Vengan acá, tenemos un curso que se llama De Cero a Trader. Esto te enseña a poder entender todo el lingo de lo que hablamos. ¿Quieres hablar con un ingeniero y escuchas sus mamadas? Es de, güey, no entiendo nada de lo que están diciendo. Es porque no entiendes la terminología. Esto es 1 hora 40 minutos para que entiendas todo eso. Es de cero a trader. No te va a volver el mejor trader del mundo ni nada, pero te va a hacer entender esto. Y todos nuestros en vivos son gratis. Cuesta $29.99, ¿ok? Y te juro, si estás pensando, es que, güey, me van a estafar. Te juro, por $29 no voy a ser millonario. Aunque venda 1,000 de estos, ¿no? Y no los estoy vendiendo, así que no se me preocupen. Esto te va a ayudar a dar el primer paso a entender todo. Ahora, si eres más avanzado y ya estás acá, ¿Quieres ver tutos y cómo aprender a tradear en un exchange de futuros? Pícale a cómo tradear en Bitunix. Te pone en 11 minutos cómo usar totalmente un exchange de futuros, específicamente Bitunix, cómo mandar dinero, cómo encontrar cuál es tu cuenta, cómo mandar dinero a tu cuenta, dentro de tu cuenta cómo moverlo a futuros, cómo encontrar futuros de Bitcoin, de Solana, de todo lo que quieras. También cómo abrir un trade, un long, un short, cómo poner un stop loss, todo eso. Si no sabes la mitad de las palabras que estoy viendo, ve el curso, cabrón. Te lo recomiendo de corazón. Y luego le picas acá y te lleva al sitio para que te registres, crees tu cuenta y aparte usando nuestro enlace de referidos vas a poder participar en todas las dinámicas y concursos que tenemos. Todo esto es gratis. Todo esto está en la descripción del video de YouTube. Si se están preguntando, verga, güey, estoy en X, ¿qué hago? Ve a YouTube, huevón, y pon Alejandro Salomón y el último video que está en vivo. Ahí tienes todos los enlaces en la descripción para todo esto, que es gratis una vez más. El curso es lo que no es gratis. ¿Por qué? Porque lo gratis nadie lo aprecia. Y creo que tengo ya bastantes pruebas a mi favor. Así que, sin más ni más de pendejadas, damas y caballeros, démosle la bienvenida a Alex y a Farhan. Vamos a darle lo que yo voy a hacer ejercicio. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Buenos dias, muchachos. Happy Wednesday. I am getting these days right now. We're hitting the nail on the head.
Let's go.
Good. Yeah, yes. I mean, yesterday was a fucking great day. A great, like on Monday, because that trade was fucking told to everyone from beginning to end. Take profit was $96,000. It was one of the most beautiful trades I've ever seen in my life. So people must be winning. You're tired of winning yet? No. How you feeling, Alex?
Feeling a lot better, honestly. I don't know what I had on Monday, Mongolian flu or something, but yeah, it was just medicine wasn't fixing it, sleep wasn't fixing it. You just kind of have to suffer, but feeling better now.
I'm glad. I'm glad. Nothing worse than feeling not your best.
No, honestly.
Yeah. So what do we got on the Bitcoin today? Lots of good things on those charts, huh? It looks like volatility on the 12-hour, 8-hour is still pushing up. And I found other volatility setups on other shit that I need to share with you guys, but I forgot them. So I will afterwards. I'm just going to work out first.
I'm sorry to say, we're not having fun.
Okay, perfect. You guys see my thing? Awesome. Let's get started. Yeah, because we actually had a very nice move up yesterday. I was seeing that, my waking hours, a little sick, slightly looking at my phone, seeing, we're actually moving up on Bitcoin. Now, let's go to the daily first and kind of see what's happening here. And let's get this chart off. So you can see we were consolidating right under that 91.3 zone. The issue here is you just weren't fully breaking down. If we go back to that 12-hour EMA 34, you can see just how solid that actually held, giving us no sell trigger here. The issue was you put in a pretty nice rejection candle off that 12-hour EMA 100, also 92.2 retest. In theory, that should have been the rejection, but you could not lose that 34. EMA 34 consistently held. I remember last week on stream, we were talking about this in confluence with potentially a very low volatility environment on the 12-hour. Now, what I wanted was this candle to turn rejection, break down, lose the 12-hour EMA 34, make a move to 86K. You can see, though, that once you got back above that 12-hour EMA 100, that was the first good sign. Bulls defended that. It even got a spring off this zone. Now that we've reached that 95.5 zone, let's really see now if things have changed. I mean, we are at 96,200. Bitcoin went up to 96,800. So pretty impressive price action so far. If you view the daily now, you see we've actually just hit that daily EMA 100. Very, very, very important zone here. This is what's going to really dictate, in my opinion, if we're about to do a busting action move, maybe towards that $99,000 region. The daily EMA 100 is a big zone. We've seen before on major moves down, pretty big squeezes back to around the daily EMA 100. You can see here, you actually went up 12% on that wick low, reclaimed the daily EMA 100, came in for the logical throwback, except it just could not hold, giving us that next leg down. You can also see, though, if the daily EMA 100 gets reclaimed and it holds, that's often a very good sign of strength for bulls, in my opinion. For me, my system allows aggressive shorting as long as you're under a daily EMA 100. So far into yesterday, you didn't get a 95.5 reclaim. you're right under the EMA 100, but Bitcoin isn't fully rejecting it. We need to be watching the daily close today, because if we end up reclaiming this zone, more confluence that this could be a breakout, a major price shift, and we could actually be gearing up for a move up to 100K. Now let's go to the weekly and kind of see what's happening here. Unsure where my moving averages are, but perfectly fine. We can just use the meme lines. You can really see here, we're in the zone that really the weekly has seen pretty big moves up. Now for us, we really just want a weekly close above 95.5. A weekly close above 95.5 will give you a target up to that $99,000 region. This is on a weekly candle close. 4 days left to go. Still a long time. That's why gauging the daily EMA 100 seems wise right now to me. But you can very easily see, if you can defend 95.5, you can make an argument to actually bust up and actually go towards that 100K region. Now, just per the moving averages, you can see weekly nines potentially getting reclaimed. We'll know in 4 days. And you, at that point, would have a very easy objective to the 21. You'll notice here, this EMA 21 sitting at 98,500, essentially. This was the last major zone, if you remember in June, that we actually bottomed before making a new high. Came here, found a bottom, went up to a new high. This zone here is still very important. We're actually in a very important zone on Bitcoin. And to me, we're potentially in the footings of bullish environments, but nothing's actually sticked yet. You haven't even gotten a daily EMA 100 reclaim yet. Very important just to understand, specifically when you go to our monthly now, and you can see all this new monthly candle is doing is bouncing off the 21 and going for that monthly 9 retest. This is a good perspective to kind of keep you in check, specifically if you're trying to long 96.5, 97K. This is a very easy perspective that gives you confluence, which is if the daily EMA 100 gets reclaimed, confluence will move up to that $99,000 region, or then we're gauging the weekly close to see if maybe that's going to reclaim the EMA 34, giving us a weekly buy trigger. That will have implications on maybe then a monthly 9 actually getting reclaimed. The monthly chart's the big chart for bulls. This is the thing that you absolutely not, as a bull, need to see reject here, because then this will potentially form a lower high on a monthly. Now, you've had a zone here, the monthly 9. It's been holding this entire bull market. In November, we were talking about potentially a move to the monthly 9. Did not really get that. December, we didn't get that. Now we're just getting that potentially. So nothing's really changed in terms of if Bitcoin, if we're so back, we're just now retesting that major resistance zone in the 95.5 to 98K region. You really want to be watching carefully the reaction at the monthly 9. Notice you haven't even hit it yet. You're still putting in a massive monthly volatility setup. So really, technically speaking, still, this should still be looked at as resistance. It's just we don't know how the reaction will be quite yet. Resistance or a reclaim. You get a reclaim, we're so back. If you start rejecting this zone, not going to be good for bulls. Now we can keep going. Last week we were looking at the weekly median. We had a pretty aggressive move up to the weekly median. Let's kind of see where we're at now. So we are actually at the weekly median. So we've hit the weekly median once again. Same energy as last week. That was a big zone, weekly median. And you can even see if we just go back here, the weekly median was the last major zone we rejected on Bitcoin. We even got that retest here before making that next leg down. We did not retest it for quite a while, since October. We came in for the retest last week, confluence with the weekly 9, stayed under it. Weekly median shifted up. Bitcoin has tested that zone again. This is still, in my opinion, why probably you should still be waiting to see kind of the reaction on 95.5, 98K, because we're still pressing resistance here, just per the HBDR. If you get back above this weekly EMA 34, very easily you can see you'll have a target up to that $114,000 region, solidifying the buy trigger and maybe implications on that monthly 9 actually getting reclaimed. Still a massive zone, and even more so, you really haven't tested the weekly 34 since November, since the last major rejection down. You need to be watching the zone very carefully. This was a a spot bulls were trying to act as local support here. We lost it, we rejected it. This rejection tells you this zone is still resistance. Okay, finally, something a little is changing here, right? Bi-weekly is finally getting above the 34, something we have not been able to do since the start of this consolidation. We want to be very cautious here, though. We have the bi-weekly 9 crossing the 21, and we're about to retest the bi-weekly 9, sitting at 97,800. Now, again, this is just giving me confluence of this zone here on the monthly, bi-weekly, and even weekly with the median here. This is still a very interesting zone where you do want to be watching this very carefully. You notice here in November, you actually didn't retest the 21. Now, this 21 was massive support to this entire bull market. Now, it coming really near that 9 is very useful to us because we can use the monthly 9 and the biweekly chart to really still gauge, are we so back? Maybe, but until we actually get this reclaim of the EMA 34 in the biweekly closing in 4 days, along with that weekly EMA 34 reclaim closing in 4 days, you're just kind of in a gray zone, rallied right up to resistance. You've taken out the highs here, but now you've pressed near that 95.5 zone. Still need to be cautious, in my opinion. Still need to be cautious. Now, the 2-day as well, we're slightly a little higher than that 99K target. But still, in my opinion, the 2-day is still telling you better off to be cautious, specifically the closer you get to this 2-day SMA 200. Notice all the setups we were talking about, what was it? I guess last month, last month in December, are now potentially just activating, right? Can't forget this 2-day SMA 200 was the last major zone that we actually retested before we ended up getting that bear market breakdown. Now, when we had this move down, we actually, aggressively moved away from the SMA 200. Bitcoin went in a pretty aggressive rally up to that point, bouncing about 45%, unable to actually reclaim this zone. Now, we've talked about this idea, which is you just really gauge the 2-day, had the SMA 200 on. This would have helped you to at least position right before a major move down on Bitcoin. So, still being at $101,000 still means perhaps we will actually get back above the daily EMA 100. Perhaps we will reach that 100K zone, but that's still not a so back metric for me. You need to get back above this 2-day SMA 200. And in theory, if you get back above this 2-day SMA 200, you'll then be in a weekly buy trigger, right? You'll then be back above the monthly 9. You will be already reclaiming the EMA 100. So again, you can see the points that bulls are really trying to get here. But even the 5-day here as well, no 5-day buy triggers as long as you're under 99K. So if that 2-day SMA 200 gets reclaimed, I'll start saying we're so back, and we're probably going to test closer to that 114, 109 zone. Until then, I'm now just really gauging the reaction here, watching very carefully, and really all my attention's on this monthly and 2-day setup, because we've seen before the monthly can easily hold the 21, move up slightly past the 9. This is the 2-day SMA 200 holding the extremity high before you reject in the next 3 months. So we're still in that similar environment, holding the 21, bouncing. And if we do end up going a little higher, that's where we throw in our 2-day chart. We really watch that 2-day SMA 200 sitting around that 101K region. Until then, we just have to be watching this zone carefully. This isn't a long zone for me. You just need to be watching either a rejection here or a reclaim simply on that daily. Now, the volatility setups are important to talk about. Last week, we were gauging, we essentially had volatility hooked up from 8-hour and under. Here you see it's expanding in a nice 8-hour uptrend. Let's go here. Yeah, 6-hour. So all of it's expanding and you're even getting a 12-hour expansion while rallying right up to that 12-hour SMA 200. So in my opinion now on Bitcoin, throwing back to meme lines, in my opinion, don't know what this is, we should be watching the zone very carefully. To me, I don't see why the weekly won't test the weekly 21 at this point, and simply the monthly 9. You're very close to the zone, so might as well push up a little more, get a retest of 98.3, and then see really the reaction there. But just understand, Bitcoin's not bullish to me as long as you are under essentially 101K. That'll be a good line in the sand for me, just simply using this 2-day SMA 200. As long as you're under this zone, still not bullish. It can quickly shift bullish. You can quickly get a 2-week EMA 34 reclaim, start chopping here, start moving up. But just longing this one green candle to me doesn't constitute as bullish. We need at least a reclaim, some price structure to form here, maybe consolidation above 95.5. So that's my Bitcoin chart. Still watching really now the 2-day and monthly setup, and all eyes on the daily here. Daily EMA 100. Mind you, if you're trying to long, this daily EMA 100, if it ends up holding, is a long. You'll essentially hold this zone, and then you'll target up to that 101K. If you start holding the daily EMA 100. Doesn't matter if it consolidates on it. As long as you're above it, you will have more of a bias going back up. So as you're potentially in the process of reclaiming that, it still just gives me the bias that, yeah, this isn't in a buy trigger quite yet. And it was kind of dirty here. It didn't even give you the 92.2. So it's really just making a very strong impulse up, right up to resistance. So just mentally note that. Okay, cool. Now we'll look here, right? Weekly median we talked about. Let's go to the monthly. No changes. Nothing. And then the 5-day, we got a new candle. Let's see. Oh, where's that 5-day median? Oh, and even the 5-day median's around this zone. Interesting. Now, again, we'll have to be watching very carefully this zone, because you can see the 5-day medians even here. Reclaiming that gives you a target up to 109K. Very similar to that weekly setup we have here. Reclaim that median, go right up to 114. So, right, I can see the arguments for bulls. Let's actually see if we get that 101 reclaim, and just understand that we very easily still can reject 98K. That's now the first point of resistance for me, 98,000 to 98,300. And we'll just simply be gauging the monthly and the weekly. So let's watch that very carefully. Weekly 9 didn't hold down. Fine. Let's see if the weekly 21 will. Only once you get back up 101K is when I can start becoming a bull, and we'll start targeting up to 105.6 all the way up to that 109K region. Very easy. It's just like this. Okay. Like we just long, we hold, and then we move up. It can literally just be like that. We reclaim 101K, we hold it, monthly 9 reclaims, and then we move up. So we can just use this price action here if we're actually going to be bullish. I still have to be looking at this as unlikely, just based on the fact that all of the higher time frame are still very bearish. I mean, a monthly 9 rally after losing it in a multi-month, when it was holding for multiple months, isn't a bullish sign. This is just giving you that underside retest that is quite predictable if you were just gauging the monthly chart here. So yeah, we'll watch that carefully. Now let's go to Tether dominance. Let's actually see, this is going to be more entertaining in my opinion than Bitcoin. And this will actually come, well, this will just make more sense, I think, than Bitcoin. Because you can really see the perspective here. We simply rejected that 6.39%. We're now coming down for that price structure shift. Remember, we threw this diagonal on, and all we're gauging here is where's the monthly higher low going to be? because this is still very bullish. And this did a price structure shift, had a higher high. We're coming down for the higher low potentially. And I'm very curious to see where the 5 is here. So you can see that EMA 5 is at 5.641%, really near this zone. So we're in more of a bounce zone now on Tether dominance than we really have been the last few months. You can quickly see too, monthly 5 did get reclaimed. And now it just looks like you're just coming in for a retest. Still need to be watching for higher low potential here. Right, this is still putting bullish price structure. But that's the monthly. Still a long time to go. And I can fix this a bit. There we go. And honestly, I should clean this up just a little bit. There we go. Now let's go to the bi-weekly here and to see, oh, look at that. So you're just testing potentially, you're going to just test the bi-weekly 9. The bi-weekly 9 has been the spot really Tether dominance likes to get big bounces from. Now resistance did hold here at 6.49%. So you're coming down and all you're doing here is potentially forming a macro higher low. So, you know, Bitcoin so back, maybe. But even here on this weekly view, you can very easily see when we're actually potentially going to get a major move down on Tether dominance. And that's just when this weekly actually deviates the SMA 200. Now, at closing in 4 days makes this a little tricky because we're closer to support, honestly, than we're just closer to bouncing than not. This being 4 days means that really bulls on Bitcoin need to hold and keep this momentum for 4 days, not just fizzle out. And that's a big risk when you're approaching massive resistance. If you're betting on this, just keep going up for 4 days, then you're really betting on 98,000, 99K is just slicing through like butter, essentially. Tether dominance perspective is still at a massive bounce zone, and you are still massively bullish with a higher high and a higher low pending. Now, if you start breaking 5%, okay, that's where I'll start becoming a Tether dominance bear. But until then, this still looks very bullish to me, actually. Doesn't look quite bad. Okay, so this is a little shift. The 5-day EMA 9 was holding this entire move up since October, really. We've lost that, and we're even rejecting it. Now, we've reached the next target, though, the 21. Doesn't mean we can't come a little lower as I shown on the monthly 5, but still, we're now potentially at the next zone here. More reasons on why you should just be a little more cautious in positioning and perhaps just waiting for the weekly. Because it really can just be weekly loses the SMA 200, we rally up, we reject it, and then we just start moving down. I mean, that's just been what's been the case every single time you deviate the weekly SMA 200. Here it is, deviation, you break down. Let's go back. Here we have it. We're reclaiming it. Oh, no, even this deviation, you ended up breaking down. This was a 8.6% weekly candle. Then you got back above, you held it, another deviation leading to a massive breakdown. And then here, this is when you first lost it. Weekly SMA 200, loss, breakdown. So you can see the argument potentially into next week on going long. But again, it's just got to hold this momentum for 4 days while this closes under 5.915%. Still in a more likely bounce zone, even in the midst of a major red dildo. So that's what I have on Tether dominance. Let's watch very carefully here. Very curious to see where this will end up bouncing, if it does at all, honestly. Let's go to the daily. Okay, so now you're getting, for the first time since the reclaim, the daily EMA 100 bullish retest. Right, reclaimed in October, didn't touch it this whole time, but now you're here. So again, just more reasons on why you want to be a little cautious here as Bitcoin approaches the monthly 98,000 to 99,000 is a big zone. If you end up deviating 95.5 today, that'll be your first major sign that you are going to start moving back down towards 92.2. So it's very easy a range, right? 98,000, 99K is massive resistance all the way up to 101,000. If you end up losing 95.5, that's where in my opinion, the steam ends. This is where bulls get trapped and you start aggressively moving back down to 92.2, where you just pray and hope that that's the bullish retest before actually breaking out. Now, if you end up reclaiming 95.5 and holding it, okay, cool. That's your trigger that you are going to test that 99K. So you have a zone here. 95.5 is your long zone or it's your deviation zone. That's what you should be looking at this region as. And as long as you're either above 95.5, you're going to move up to 98. As long as you're under it, you're going to move down to 92.2. So with this candle, looks very bullish. Looks like we should just max long it now. You rather should just wait. This is going to be bullish. The daily EMA 100, more often than not, always gets a retest. We're going to be bullish. What do I mean by that? Well, you break out. Maybe we're in this environment. Maybe we're just going to go up to the heavens and beyond. We break out, always comes in for the retest. If it holds, that's where you start moving up. Let's keep going. Oh, this was a very easy one too. Reclaimed it. This was the retest. And then you put in a massive green dildo. So watch the zone very carefully. Very, very carefully. Basically, though, in summary, we're now at very major resistance on Bitcoin or approaching it. So you just want to be cautious on that. If you ended up trying to short the 91.3, perfectly fine. Didn't work. But now we really need to be watching the 98,000 to 99K zone. Nothing changes with time. We're now just potentially getting a more higher probability short setup at a more extremity high zone. So that's Tether, that's Bitcoin. And now we'll go to Bitcoin dominance here. Because last time I looked at it, Bitcoin dominance looks quite bearish. Let's see. Okay. Let's go here. So you did end up moving down. It is getting bought up. You're just now gauging essentially still 59.7%. That's still a big zone. You now have the weekly 21 right there. You end up getting back above the weekly 21. It's not a so back sign. It's only when the weekly 34 gets reclaimed. Once that gets reclaimed, I will be on the camp that this is going to start moving up towards 62%. And this will have implications of the monthly 9 actually getting reclaimed. Notice the 34, that's 59.94%. You have now, let's count this, because last week it wasn't the biggest volatility set up on the weekly. This is 3, 6, but now this one might be, let's see, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so this is the biggest weekly volatility setup in Bitcoin dominance history. Finally, I said that last week, it was wrong. Now we're finally brewing a 6-session low of 0% volatility. 6 sessions, it's crazy. So something major is coming here. And as long as you're under that 59.94%, this is still in the breakdown zone. Now, it doesn't really change with this move up. You just simply need to start seeing this 21 get reclaimed. That'll give you an implication to move up to that 59.96%. But until then, yeah, just chop zone, chop city here. Don't forget, though, this zone's a pretty big zone that we've seen big breakdowns before. Here's another one in this exact region. Right? Where's price here? Literally rejected, capitulated in this exact same zone. And mind you, all of these big moves down that I'm showing are nothing compared to what's coming in terms of volatility, right? So if we're comparing this kind of environment in the same zone, well, actually, technically speaking, this is a lot more stronger to move down than up because we're just still under 59.7%. the last capitulation zone, but also you have the biggest volatility setup you've ever had. So really what we've seen in the past, technically speaking, something bigger is coming, which is exciting. It's not bad. And here you even see it. Where's the weekly median? At 59.5%. So you're just slightly above the weekly median currently. And actually, you opened under it. So you're kind of getting that retest in theory. It's gone a little above it, but still watch 59.7% on Bitcoin dominance. You can very easily see once you get back above that 60% zone, you easily can start moving up pretty aggressively on Bitcoin dominance. But until then, you're just still between the 21 on the monthly and the 9. And that's why the weekly will be your friend when you're trying to trade Bitcoin dominance, just like it has been from this point here and here. As long as you're under the weekly 34, you're just not going to move up. And what happens below here doesn't really matter, in my opinion. You can just do this, and this will just give you more volatility. It's only when you get this, reclaim, and then up. So, you know, still really nothing here. And let's see, I think, let's start looking at that. So we do now have a fresh silver cross to the downside on the weekly. And this occurred in December. So let's observe that silver cross. Weekly 9 didn't hold, fine. But it does look like the silver cross is being held by the 21. So if you're trading Bitcoin dominance, I guess you can just look at that as the next objective. Probably another retest of the weekly 21. But does that change anything? No, you're just retesting 59.7%. So that's a good perspective that maybe can help us on, well, if this is going to be bullish or bearish. If it was going to be bullish, you probably wouldn't have a fresh silver cross to the downside in the lowest volatility environment ever recorded on this weekly chart. Nice. And 5 days just right back to resistance. What do we have here? So you're getting pretty massive setups on Bitcoin dominance, actually. Now people will look at this and call for alt season brewing. I'm not convinced. Oh, even the lowest biweekly. So you're actually getting the lowest volatility reads ever recorded on Bitcoin dominance chart now, from a monthly to a biweekly to a 5 day to a weekly. It's very interesting to see that. 15 day for the first time ever is giving you a volatility setup. Wow. So Bitcoin dominance looks very primed, actually. It's not going to be able to be held down much longer. Let's keep going. 3 day down. And then the 2 day. Interesting. See, when I see something like this, where a daily, 2 day, 5 day, weekly, 15 day, 2 week, monthly is all giving you volatility setups, and you really do have to be watching the daily, 2 day, and 12 hour. Because again, it could be just a domino effect. So the 12 hour is potentially firing off. Or maybe it's not confirmed yet. I wish you could do replay on Tether dominance so we can know if this is firing off. But something to watch going into this 12 hours, does this actually confirm volatility expansion? Because that'll be a first good point then. If it does, because then, well, 12 hour could be starting to move up, right? And well, with what I've shown here on volatility, it's literally like a ball underwater. Once you let go of it, it's going to fire off, move up, bust up. So pretty interesting stuff, actually. I'm very surprised at how low volatility is on Bitcoin dominance. Now, bulls will look at that and say, yeah, massive alt season's coming for ETH. Again, not very convinced on that. So in summary, we want to be watching the daily very carefully today. If you get back above the daily EMA 100, this will constitute a higher move as long as you hold it. And my higher move is possibly up to that 101K as the extremity high. It's very hard though here because you have resistance at 98K, you have resistance at 99.5, and you have resistance at 101K. So if you were trying to short, you have a range here, like a little range, 98.5, 98.3, 99.5, 101K. It's only until the 2-day SMA 200 gets reclaimed where its bets are all off. We're most likely going to start moving up because what we were wanting, which was back in the last bear market, massive rejection off the 2-day SMA 200. We end up reclaiming that, holding it will just mean that's not going to happen. So we have to be watching it very carefully as we move up. But for me, 95.5 is the new range. If we end up holding that, that'll start taking you up towards 98 and possibly upwards to 100K. Now, if today we end up, let's say, rejecting, what doesn't seem very likely, but if we do end up rejecting, understand if you stay under 95.5, then you need to be looking at that as a rejection zone down towards 92.2. It's really now 95.5 is the spot. Bulls just need to hold. They hold 95.5, they'll actually get a higher move up. But if they just lose it today, tomorrow, then yeah, this will start looking like, it's going to start moving down, and then you're all eyes on this scenario. Do we hold 92.2? If we don't, we move down. And if we do end up holding it, that might give you another shot at that daily EMA 100. But until then, not a long zone here. You're just waiting now. If you did catch the long, I guess yesterday we gave trades out. I was sick. GG on that. But really be watching the monthly 9 and 2-day SMA 200. Because again, I will say last bear market, the 2-day was the last spot really that let us position before a massive breakdown. It did not matter how high it went. We even bounced, what was it, like 41% before breaking down. So the volatility doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we're massively green. We need these levels to get reclaimed. We need the bi-weekly, the weekly, the 2-day, and the monthly to actually get reclaimed. That's when we can be so back. Until then, rallies up to a monthly 9 always will get people bullish because often they're very aggressive and very fast. Now, this move has been very fast. I'm trying to get to my chart. Good Lord. It's been pretty fast. Like you're not, like notice here, you should have gotten the 92.2 retest. You did not. So that is still lingering here. That is still a zone. And if you're even the bullish of bulls here, you still would want bullish price structure to take a hold and give you some kind of higher low. So just keep that perspective. If you're getting FOMO about longing here, the daily still tells me there's still lots of time to long. And this day is still very long. We have 8 hours left to go. So anything can happen in the crypto world. I will say daily is getting a breakout here. So if this ends up going back under 95.5, you will have to be a little cautious of this being a failed breakout. So until then, 95.5 is your line in the sand. And that's what we'll simply be watching in confluence with Tether dominance, potential monthly higher low forming. So.
All right, let me share my screen and switch to Bitcoin. So, anyone else as impressed as I am? Did 2 days in a row? I got the day right. It's some progress. Somebody's got to give me a pat on the back. Am I gonna give myself the pat on the back? Okay, so we'll start with the daily. So currently, we are getting that move up based off of that 5-day setup, and we're gonna get to that. Actually, we'll start with the 5-day since that is the whole idea. So there was that 5-day setup where we had the silver cross at the downside, and previously, barring one example from that the COVID crash, on every single one, you did get first a little bit of a move down to tap that 100 EMA. Then you got a rally after the cross. The move down to the 100 came with the cross. And then after you got the cross, you get the rally into the cross, somewhere around that 55 EMA. Not important whether you close above the 55 or not. More important is that you go somewhere around the top 38.2%. And the also more important factor is that you never take out that last major lower high. Right now, the last major lower high is around $107,500. This is going to be my line in the sand right now, that as long as we do not break this area, this is more likely just going to follow along the line of every single one of these other silver crosses to the downside, where if you look at the last one, this is the one that we had right before the Luna collapse in 2022, right before the bear market actually really started. We will have to go to the index for this one. And our friend Blofin does not have enough data because it didn't exist back then. Unfortunate. So this was right around February of 2022, right when Russia invaded Ukraine. We got that moved down, and then we got our relief bounce into that silver cross itself. This was a bounce from the lows to the highs of around 46%. So almost a 50% bounce, but this never took out the last major lower high. So all it was just another bounce to make another lower high, and then you got your free move to that 200 SMA. Let's look at another example, and if you notice, it tapped the top 38.2%. This is the one example where right when you cross, you sliced right to the 100 and went to the 200, but this was also on COVID, so kind of sort of a little bit of a black swan situation right there. If you were to look at this one here, well, when you get the cross, yeah, you got them move into the 38.2%, and then you got them move to the 200. So this one, it ended up working out. This is the one that went directly to the 200, and if you notice, it went directly to the 200 in the next two candles. Currently, we've gotten a lot more candles than two, and more on the average of the ones that get the rally. And so far, we are getting the rally. Let's find another one. Here's another one right over here. This was in the bear market of 2018. We got the cross right here. We got the move up. We tapped 38.2%, consolidated, went basically sideways. This was the famous sideways of 2018, where this was sideways for about from August all the way until November. That is like 3 months of literally sideways price action. If you were to put this in a line chart, it's just like a horizontal line. And then you got your free move to the 200 SMA. And this strategy works all the way back to when Bitcoin was trading around $400. Here it goes again right here. You got your cross, you got your move to the 100, you got your rally back up. This was a very powerful rally too. If you were to take it from the wick low to the wick high, that is a 72% move up. Pretty nice numbers. If anywhere, if CR, I was about to say CT, were to see a 72% move up, I'm sure 99% of people are going to say new all-time highs next. But if you notice, you never took out that last major lower high. Doesn't matter if you see a 72% move, even a 700% move. If you don't take out that last major lower high, nothing has really changed. This is just making another lower high in a series of lower highs. And the key factor, we tapped that 55 EMA right around that top 38.2%. Failed to take out that last major lower high, and then we got that move to the 200 SMA. And if you were to take it from this wick high, from that, fuck you for calling me. If we were to take it from that wick high around that 38.2% to that 200 SMA, that was a move down of about, fuck, I hate the magnet sometimes. About 40% to the downside. Pretty good, pretty cool. And if you were to take the stop loss, take it from that 38.2% to the last week high, about 13%. The one that we have right now is even better than that one in terms of risk to reward. Let's scroll up and find the current one. If we look at this 55 EMA right now, that sits at about $99,000 and 38.2%. Let's go back to Blofin. That sits currently at about $102,500. This is that range that I'm looking at right now, somewhere between $99,000 and $102,000. It's the same numbers we've been saying for a while now. And now that stop loss, if you were to take it from that 102,000, that would put you at a risk of about less than 5% against you. Where if you're looking at the 200 SMA, which every single one of them got that move to the 200 SMA, even the COVID crash got that move to the 200 SMA. So 100% of them have gotten the move to the 200 SMA after that silver cross of the downside. That would put you currently at about 30% in your favor versus less than 5 against you. So that's 6-1 right there. Pretty amazing. It's going to be the key area. Anywhere around this 55 EMA is where I personally will be starting to short and hopefully or ideally into somewhere around this 38.2%. And then the stop loss is going to be right at that 1075 area. And since this is a 30% move, you don't really need to lever up that much. The 20x is perfectly good enough on here. 30% on a 20x, you just got 600%. You just 7x your money. Not bad. Pretty tranquilo right there. So you don't need to throw this on a 50 or 60 X like that. You can chill out with the tranquilo 15 or 20x. I'll say it in Spanish for you. 15 or 20%, or X. 15 or 20x. All right. So on 5-day, momentum is still pointing to the upside. It's starting to flip back up right at that moving average, with volatility approaching 0%. Now it's at 4%. And the 5-day jewel is still playing out the buy signal within the bearish control zone. But if you notice, 5-day is still forming multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence because we have taken out all of these highs. Let's zoom in a little bit. We actually took out this high as well. This is what we were looking for before, that the move up, this rally would take out this previous high. And now that it has taken out that high, we've taken out the momentum high when price was trading at all-time highs. If you look at the H right here, it keeps changing whenever I try to move the mouse. But if you see the O and the H right next to where it says Bitcoin perpetual contract Blofin, it'll show you the price. It's at $126,188, which is the all-time high. And we took out that momentum high when price was at about $93,000. So $33,000 below the all-time high, but we took out the momentum. That's a very significant drive of hidden bearish divergence right there. That will confirm. As of this moment, it's going to be a little bit difficult to make a local top here. You'll have to close below $89,272. But as you go up, this is going to be easier and easier to confirm, because we are going to close tomorrow, and then at that point, it's going to be higher, and then the next close you get, it's going to be even higher to confirm. And then at that point, once you confirm that gives you your free move to the 200 SMA. Right now, that's at just below $71,000 at $70,700. And let's go back to the daily now. Daily is also flipped to the upside. Daily is now breaking into the bullish control zone. Zoom in. Daily is currently forming bearish divergence because you are making a higher high on price with a lower high on momentum, but you will need to close below on the daily about $90,170 to confirm that. But if you do confirm that, that gives you a target down to about somewhere between 86 to 84,000. And the daily jewel is now losing the sell signal, losing the curvature to the downside, and now curving back up. And this is very likely going to switch into a buy signal onto its daily close. And right now, you are starting to reclaim that daily 100 EMA, which is currently sitting at 95,900. Let me make sure it's the same number similar area on the index. And that 100 EMA, ideally, you want to see 3 closes over that 100 EMA, and that bring you up towards the 200, which is going to come down with every single close. Right now, it's at 106. Ideally, it's going to come down to somewhere around that 102 area, but within the next 1 or 2 closes, it's going to line up with this 95%, which right now is at about $105,000. So even if it was to go up to that 105, 106 area, it still would not take out that last major lower high at 107.5, and still nothing has changed. You need to see at the very least a daily close over 107,500, but preferably a 5-day close over that area, and then that'll take you to your new all-time highs. Just getting a 4-hour close over 107.5 is not going to cut it. You need to see something of a higher time frame than that. The reason why I have the stop loss there is because once you take out 107.5, then it could potentially spike up and get another God candle. So you don't want to take that risk in that situation. Just take your 4.69% loss and try to reposition higher. But nothing is really changed, because especially if you take out 107.5 and then you make a rejection and then you fail to close the daily above that area, you just reshort and put that daily candle high as your next stop loss, and then target the 200 from there, because you have a 100% hit rate on that 200 SMA being hit from the daily silver cross. There is going to be one time where it doesn't work out, but you're better off betting that it is going to work out until it doesn't. Let's go to the 4-hour. 4 hours now also flipping back up, getting back above the moving average with volatility expanding. Let's zoom in a little bit. 4 hours now invalidating the possibility of bearish divergence by making a higher high on momentum. 4-hour jewel is still on a neutral, hasn't shifted to a buy signal just yet. We have about 11 minutes left to go before the close. We're going to have to see if it does switch to the buy signal at that point. It seems likely if you close over this closing high at about $95,700, but preferably you'd want to close over this wick high. So it's going to be difficult to predict if it's going to switch or not. We just have to see whether it does. But if you close over this wick high, then almost certainly it's going to switch, and that'll give you a move to the 97.5%, just below $99,000 at like $98,900. 2 hours also flipping back up now, getting back into the bullish control zone with volatility now expanding. And 2 hour 38.2% has caught up with price action. Price has tested the bottom of the 38.2%, and now we're springing off of that area. And now we're back over the 61.8%. Want to see a close over that area at 96,400, then we should see a move continuing upwards to tap somewhere around 98 to $99,000. If you notice where we topped out last time, it's right around the 97.5%, just below it, somewhere between the 95% and the 97.5%. Right now, that put us somewhere between $99,000 and $100,000 if we were to tap that same area. And what gave us that move up to that zone was getting this close of the 78.6%, which right now that puts us at about 97,136. So we can get a close over that area that should take us somewhere around $99,000 to $100,000. 12 hours also pointing up, getting a little high, and you're about to reach resistance at 97.4. Go to index for this one. 2 days now on the verge of a breakout, getting over that 38.2%, with momentum very close to breaking into the bullish control zone. And now you're invalidating that possibility of bearish divergence, because now you're making a higher high momentum, and volatility is expanding from extreme lows with the price about to get a close over the 38.2%, and you're over the 55 EMA as of this moment. Ideally, you want to see a close over about $95,000, 94,900, and then if you can close over the 55, then I won't be looking for a move down to the 38.2%. If you reject the 55, then I'd be looking for that move down to tap somewhere around 94.9, and then from there you should see a move into somewhere around 100,000, somewhere around 99 to 100, 101. That'd be the 100 EMA to the 200 SMA, and that'd also be in terms of the 5-day. That'd be your 55 EMA and your top 38.2%, somewhere between this zone here. And your last major lower high is still in that same area, that 107.5. We already did this one. Weekly is also positioned to the upside, now getting to the reset zone, the neutral zone, with volatility coming to 0%, and the weekly jewels continuing on this buy signal. We are now getting, we're right at basically exactly at the weekly median, which is at about $96,500. What I'm looking for to happen is by the end of this week, I want to see that move up to 100,000, and then the weekly close below the median. And if that were to happen, then that would solidify that this is going to be your next lower high, and then you would have a 61.8% chance of coming down to the bottom 38.2%, or at the very least this 100 EMA, and that puts you somewhere around $86,000 to $85,000. At that point, you'd be putting in one hell of a bearish engulfing dildo on this one here, and you're probably going to break down at that point. The invalidation is closing over that weekly median, and then that would give you a target of the top 38.2%, which is going to move when it closes, but as of right now, it's at 114,000. And if you're testing 114,000, you're taking out that last major lower high. Probably you're going to get that daily close over 107.5, and then you can probably target your current all-time highs, which is why I'm heavily on the bias that somewhere around that low 100,000 area, or 99 to low 100,000 area, is where we're going to reject and get the weekly close below the median. We got about 4 days left to go in eternity in cryptocurrency land. We could see easily today or tomorrow that move into 99,000, and then a rejection, and then a close below 96,000. That's really just a $3,000 move up and down. 2-week also flipped up, getting over the moving average, getting very close to getting out of the bearish control zone. Let's see if you're forming any divergences here. No, not quite, with volatility going into contraction, and you're still playing out that sell signal on the jewel. This would target this bounce off the 55, especially since you're over the 5 would target somewhere around this 21, which also puts you in that same $99,000 area, but also solidifies this as a very significant area of resistance with a 9 crossing below the 21. Monthly still flipped down, trying to tick back up, about to retest the edge of the bearish control zone. This is the area where I do think you're going to reject somewhere between the edge of the bearish control zone and the moving average, and then flip back down, and then make its way into the bearish control zone. And that would line up with price tagging somewhere around 99 to 100,000, getting a rejection, and then making your way, your actual bear market move when momentum makes its way into the bearish control zone. This is going to be similar to this move here, where you had in 2022, where momentum initially made its way into the bearish control zone, came back to test the edge of the bearish control zone on this move up, and then you got your continuation to the downside. And if you look at the monthly jewel, you are now getting a confirmed very bearish cross with the pink crossing below the yellow. You've completely skipped the neutral phase and went directly into the sell signal from the buy signal. This pink below yellow cross has only ever happened once in Bitcoin's history, and this happened lower than we have now. So this should theoretically be a more powerful signal than we had here, especially since also we had a neutral phase here. We completely skipped that neutral phase. Not saying you're going to see a 70% or 75% move down, but you should see a pretty heavy move down. And right now you are approaching your monthly 9, which is at about $98,000. And that was the area that we called to confirm our bear market. It was the monthly close below that 90 EMA. This is the first time we're coming back to be tested after closing below it. Not really anything to be bullish about on the long term. Take out 107.5 on at least a daily, but preferably a weekly basis, then we can talk. Quarterly has also put in bearish divergence, put in a massive bearish engulfing dildo, and as of now, we are just getting a move back up. And if we do get a test somewhere into the the low 100, somewhere around 102,000, that would just be a retest of our last quarterly low. And if you were to come back to the quarterly open, that's at around that 107 area, which is just below our lower high. But I don't think we're going to tap that area. I think somewhere around that low, around that 199 to 102 area is going to be the spot. And the quarterly invalidation for that for downside is getting a quarterly close over the 5, which is at about like 90, 92, 90, I believe 93,000, 93,500. But you have 2 months and 18 days left to go, which is an absolute eternity in cryptocurrency land. And more likely this turns into a massive red dodo with the red wick to the upside. Let's go to RSI now. Little sipsky. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mr. RFK Jr., just as you released a new food pyramid. All right. So daily is forming a local top now in Tether. I'm getting that move down to the critical zone. Critical zone is currently at about 5.67%. And that daily 100 EMA. So it does make sense to get a bounce here, which would correlate with the pullback on Bitcoin. But we have to wait for the daily close, and the validation of that bounce is getting a close below that 100, which as of now, we aren't getting the strongest bounce from, but we are above it. 4 hours now invalidated the bullish divergence, very close to taking out that last low. Close in 2 minutes. As of now, this local top, if you do confirm it with a close below 5.813%, that gives you a target of the critical zone, and that is currently at 5.61%. Volatility is also maxed out. Get another local top right here in the 2 hour about to form. You do have a God mode buy signal on the jewel currently with the volatility contracting. So it's going to come down to this close if we see some continuation to the downside or not. 8 hours about to close as well. 8 hours deep in the critical zone. 2 days right about to tap that 55. Looks like you're coming down to the area where you're probably going to bounce somewhere soon on Tether, either here or somewhere very close to here. Local top on the weekly. Not even close to being bearish though, because you're still in the bullish control zone. That'd give you a target of the edge of the bullish control zone, which right now is at about 5.5%. Not too far off from where we are here. That's right along this 55 EMA, and this is a perfect spot for a higher low. And then as long as you hold that edge of the bullish control zone, which would then give you hidden bullish divergence, taking out these lows, that would target you at least to somewhere around 7%. And that's a massive pullback on Bitcoin. That would confirm your next lower high by making a local top. 2 week also put in a local top. You are right at the zone of support, right at the edge of the bullish control zone. maybe slightly lower to tap that weekly 90, 2-week 90 EMA because you do have a fresh silver cross to the upside. And this is the first time you're coming down to retest that 90 EMA, but you have that same 5.6% area. But considering how strong this does look, and you have yet to retest that 90 EMA, you have yet to make a higher low after a pretty nice move to the upside. This is high probability area where you're going to bounce. And when you do bounce from the zone, you want to make a local bottom by closing over the previous candle's wick high. That would give you a target of coming back up to somewhere around 7.5%. Local top also close on the monthly, although I don't think this one's going to confirm. This one's got 17 days left to go in eternity in cryptocurrency land, and you will need to close below 5.808% to confirm that. What I think is more likely is you're going to come down and tap this monthly 5 EMA and then get a bounce from that zone here and then invalidate this local top. Quarterly also put in a very massive girthy green dildo to the upside, and not very unusual to see a pullback here. And that pullback is coming down to your quarterly 9 after reclaiming it. This area has been a significant area of resistance ever since 2020, October of 2023. That initial explosive setup when the bull market officially started, that area has been resistance, and now we have reclaimed it, and we have yet to retest it. Puts us a little bit lower towards that 5.5, maybe 5.6% area, but this is a very significant level of support. That puts Bitcoin somewhere around possibly 99 to maybe low 100,000, but it's very difficult to get beyond that area considering how significant of support this is for Tether and how significant of resistance that is for Bitcoin. Now we'll switch to Bitcoin. The Bitcoin's made a local bottom on the daily. Now you're making your way to the critical zone. Critical zone is at 97.8. What's our high currently? 97,000. 4-hour just got to close. 4-hour has invalidated the bearish divergence by making a local bottom right at the edge of the bullish control zone. Now you're in the critical zone. See how the 8-hour closed? 8-hour also had a nice close, closed over our previous high, and didn't make any local. There's no local top, so there's no local bottom to make. Volatility is getting a little high at around 85%. Probably, if we do see another spike up, that's probably the one that's going to be it. Along with 12-hour approaching that resistance. Also local bottom on the 2-hour. What's the critical zone at? Just 96.8. Yeah, we're there already. Hourly still has hidden bullish divergence, targeting the critical zone. That's at 99.4. I love to see that. That's amazing because my TP is at 99.4 exactly. 2-day local bottom, making target the critical zone. Critical zone is currently at 1016. Lines up at somewhere between 99 and 102. That would be right around this 2-day 200 SMA, which is the first time you're coming to retest this 200 after losing it. 3 days invalidating the hidden bearish divergence. Now you're making your way into the bullish control zone with volatility starting to get over 15%. This closes tomorrow. As of right now, closing over this area, this 21 will put you somewhere around $99,000. 5-day making its way to the neutral zone. That is currently at about 1013, lines up with 99 to 102. 5 days just retesting that's over across that 55 EMA, and this would put in multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence, getting to the neutral zone, even taking out the high that we were at of $116,000, putting in, I believe, 1, 2, like 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence here, and that would target on confirmation that 200 SMA at about $71,000. Let's check the 6-day as well because this had hidden bullish divergence. That 6-day hidden bullish divergence continuing to play out, which we confirmed on this candle here, and that targets the 55 right now at about $99,000, and it targets the edge of the bearish control zone, which is currently at 100,800, so just around 101,000. And this is the perfect area to give us a nice rejection, confirming that bears are in control on the high time frames when momentum is unable to get out of the bearish control zone, and then from there you should see a pretty nasty dump. Weekly, also retesting the edge of the bearish control zone and the simple moving average, a very significant level of resistance here, and that puts you at right around $100,000. 2 weeks starting to make a local bottom here, targeting somewhere around this 21, right around the same $99,000 area. Monthly now forming a drive of hidden bullish divergence. You got 17 days and 8 hours left to go, so unlikely this confirms because 17 days in eternity in cryptocurrency then. But if this does confirm, this is what takes us to new all-time highs. Because as as we've been saying on this last couple of streams, that there is a slight possibility here of technically a possibility of putting in some hidden bullish divergence because you do have a higher low and momentum is making a lower low. So now you are getting over the area where you would need to close over to make a local bottom, and that level is about 94,635. If you close over that area, that will confirm this hidden bullish divergence, and from there you're going to have a minimum target of hitting the bullish control zone, which is currently at $132,000. So really this monthly close, if you get that move up to somewhere around that low 100,000 area, and then you get a rejection, and then you close below the 5-day below that median, then you're going to be able to front run the invalidation of this, and then you can target 71,000. But if you don't reject somewhere around 102 and you take out 107.5, then you come and confirm this hidden bullish divergence with a monthly close over 94.6. At that point, you should probably start flipping long then and targeting that current all-time high to new all-time highs. Ideally, if you're bearish, you don't want to see this hidden bullish divergence confirm. You want to see it close below 94.6 by the end of the month. And monthly volatility is at extreme lows with that divergence forming. It was expanding previously, now it's contracting, and it's bearish to see that volatility is now contracting on a move up. Because you want to see volatility expanding on the move up. It was expanding on the move down. Quarterly, also a confirmed drive regular bearish divergence, which gives me more confidence that monthly won't confirm. And this is going to be active as long as you're closing quarterlies below $114,000. And as of now, that gives you a target down to somewhere around the simple moving average to the edge of the bullish control zone, which puts you somewhere between $71,000 and $66,000. And 6 months is also forming 3 drives of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below $80,619, and that gives you a target towards first for a slight bounce at somewhere around $71,000, which is your quarterly bearish divergence target. And that bounce probably is going to be that bounce somewhere between 71 and 66. It's probably going to be quite a large bounce. It might even take you up to somewhere around $85,000, but it's very high probability that will reject, and then you're going to find yourself somewhere around that 21, which is currently in the 40s, around like $45,000. And the 21 is where you bottomed down the last bear market. Let's go into momentum. And please. Let me make all these irrelevant lines disappear. They get confusing. Oops. I wish you could just highlight all the lines and delete them. All right, there
That'd
we
be
go.
phenomenal. But if you're going to delete the lines or hide them, the moment that you put a new one, the other ones come back.
So annoying. I wish I
know.
could speak to the CEO of TradingView.
They should have layers. That's what they need to do. Like, this is layer 1.
Yeah,
lock
like
it.
Photoshop.
Yeah. It's not that hard of a concept in this.
But they're just raking in all the money from the crypto bros.
That's right. This is why they listen, TradingView CEO. Listen to us. Do this, motherfucker.
And also remove the zeros. Give us
Yes.
an option for that.
And then give us the money for all the improvements and the benefits.
Yeah, send us a check.
Yes.
We also accept Bitcoin and Tether.
Yeah, at this time I will, for a very short period of time, though.
So on the daily, we are currently getting momentum freshly flipping back up with volatility expanding. And this will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $92,550. But the 8-hour, we just got to close. 8-hour is still flipped up with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 95,250. 4-hour is now flipped to the downside, very close to flipping back up with volatility at extremes, and it will flip back up if you can close over about $96,400, $96,450. Go a little lower. Got to close on here as well. 2-hour is now freshly flipped back up, making it more likely that 4-hour flip back up. And volatility is about to give us a double extreme now on the 2-hour. That's beautiful to see, and we're seeing some expansion on it as well. And this is flipping back up right at the edge of the critical zone, maintaining the critical zone, and this will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $96,200. Let's go now to 12. See how that's looking, approaching that resistance at that 200 SMA. Let's look at 2-day. 2-day is also flipped up with that 2-day setup continuing to play out. We're getting over that 15% on the volatility, and you are going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $93,230. Let's look at 5-day. 5 days also remaining flipped up with volatility now back at extreme lows at that 15% area, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $85,850. It's positive to see the pivot is so far below price action right now, and you're projected on this next open to be right at the edge of the bearish control zone, and this is the point where the pivot likely goes down, or I mean likely goes up to match price action, and that point becomes much more difficult to keep momentum up. Let's look at weekly. Weekly, it's also flipped to the upside with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $87,150. Let's look at 2-week. 2-week is currently flipped to the downside with volatility confirming that expansion over 15%, and it's going to remain flipped down with a derp of death as long as you're closing below 102,500. Monthly also flipped to the downside, losing the critical zone. Monthly is putting in that possibility of hitting bullish divergence, and you're getting volatility very close to expanding on the monthly. But the monthly to flip back up is going to need a close over 117,200, which is a little unlikely at this point. And on the quarterly, you have that bearish divergence with momentum being confirmed to the downside, losing the critical zone for the first time ever, and the first time quarterly has flipped down this entire bull market, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 107.9, which is right around that last major lower high. So on the low time frames right now, with all of these volatility setups, these bullish divergences you're putting in, it does look like the 5-day setup is going to be completed. You to tag somewhere around that 55 EMA to that 38.2%, somewhere around 99 to 102, and with that last major lower high of 107.5, very unlikely to be taken out. And from there, you should get that free move for somewhere around that 200 SMA at around $71,000 to $66,000, which also lines up with the bearish divergence targets. And the invalidation on that downside is basically just getting over 107.5 or getting a monthly close over 94,650, and that will confirm your monthly hidden bullish divergence, which will then target new all-time highs.
Very well put, senor. We're going to have Tesla and, one second, I forgot it. Tesla and NVIDIA. Oh, no, hang on. This is Canito, the same one. One second. Would be Circle. Tesla and Circle.
All right, I'll do either one.
Cool. I can do Tesla.
All right. Why the fuck is there a comment here from someone? One second. Where is this? Okay. At least I click on that one. There's so many here that are calling me a scammer. At least I didn't put those up. Fuck.
Funny.
Alex, so yesterday, on Monday, before the live started, we noticed a few things on Bitcoin, and I gave everyone this speech, and then Farhan came in and basically just laid down the same dick on the table, and I wanted to show you. Because on the 4-hour, along with the news, it was pretty evident that this was about to cook. And the reason was this right here. So on Monday, we saw this. Finally, it went and captured a lower low in here that took out this one, because it's been just making lower, higher lows the whole time. So we did this, a little lower low from here to here and from here to here, along with the dump. And on top of that, they came out with the news that Jerome Powell had said, Jerome Powell came out and gave his speech on a Sunday because, lawyers and everybody works on Sundays and you got to make your important announcement on a Sunday rather than, the week. So it was not fake at all. And then at that point, I was already like, I'm going to go on long. We had been having that conversation over the weekend, right?
Yeah.
And normally with a local, like, I'm not saying it's the finish and the bottom and we're not going to go further down, but before a reversal, we get two things that were happening. Shorts look obvious, but they don't give you the move, right? So
Amen.
we start getting into that chub zone where we're going in and it's taking us out, going in, taking us out. So I was like, all right, we're already there. So that means either we're going to get massive continuation towards the downside or we're going to go up. And then I saw Gareth Soloway with a perfect advice on Monday morning. And he comes out and he's like, listen, Jerome Powell is telling everyone the dollar is going to zero and this is bearish. And I was like, okay, because I didn't understand what they wanted to sell to everybody, right? I need to listen to presidents of retards, which is everyone that talks on YouTube about the same news without giving it a different point of view. So I needed a president of a community of retards to tell me, what is it that all you retards think, right? And then he was like, oh, this is really bearish. So I see lower low on Bitcoin. Shorts are not paying. Bad news for the retard and the president of retards, not just one, all of them. Again, this is not a one thing that you can just win by yourself if you're out there repeating the news. And then balls, dude, we longed all the way from 91,400 on the stream. And the exit was 96,000 on the dot.
Viva,
that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Viva el presidente retard.
Viva los presidentes del retard. Like, dude, and by the way, this is everyone's fault. If y'all watch fucking shows that repeat the news that everybody's seeing, guess what you're learning? But I mean, to us, this was a very,
it was a very, wow. I mean, it wasn't.
Say it again.
Yesterday when I was, I think it was, Monday, Tuesday, it was just very impressive, honestly, seeing it very strong to the upside. Very happy you guys, caught that, honestly. Because that's what I was worried about is, man, Monday, hopefully the boys flipped long. Hopefully something developed on that because it just literally shot straight up. So honestly, beautiful.
No, we got it right on time. Everyone had a nice heads up. Everyone was there. And then the fact that it went to 96, because yesterday morning, I believe, or yesterday at some point I posted, if you want to get out 93,100, it's great because yes, it's in the 8 hour, the SMA 200, but there's a volatility setup, right? On the 8 hour, the 12 hour, and I believe now the daily towards the upside. So just know that 96 still take profit. For me, I also long Solana at 138, and my take profit was 146. So we're at 147.85 right now.
I'm getting some notifications showing that they're trying to pump the market for an exit liquidity. It says introduction of somebody from the Fed said they're going to introduce stable coins to back the dollar, and then they also said they reiterated a need for 150 basis points of cuts this year.
So number one, he's telling you something that's already law, which is very, very stupid.
He's like, hey, retards, buy.
Well, by the way, the reason why we're getting the interest rate debate right now is so that everyone feels desperate because that it's coming. But what they're trying to do is blur the line so you at some point believe it's not coming and also makes you lose hope, right? That's why they're doing this. That's why they come out and Trump is like, I'm going to fire Jerome Powell. Dude, if every bank in the United States, along with every major company, along with any company that wants to create their own dollar, is going to buy U.S. bonds, that means 100 million% interest rates are coming down between summer and next December. There's no if, not what, no nothing. So this is just like the last final. They keep talking about it. You don't get it. So that people can continue to say, fuck it, dude, I'm just going to buy a house. I'm just going to buy a car. It's the same playbook as the tariffs. And I also saw, and I'm not going to name the president of the retards here again, him talking about, see, guys, inflation's coming. You're looking around, right? All cars are on discount. All of the fucking furniture is on discount. All clothing is on discount. Everything is on discount except food and essentials. But this dude found, you see this little SanDisk memory stick is now twice what it used to cost. Inflation's out of control. Yeah, everything is discounted. But this one thing I found, it's it's unbelievable. So
and it absolutely has nothing to do with the fact that it uses flash memory, which is very necessary in AI.
No, dude. It's now I understand why they play with us at the stupidest level possible, because we are that stupid. Like, it's unbelievable. And also the other really smart thing is they're not telling you the news like very digested so that you instantly get it. They're putting everything in front of you so that you put it together. Like, oh, I'm so smart. Look at SanDisk. This thing, the memories go, you know what I mean? Like, you put it together and then you're like, my God, I discovered this. And they all have the same discovery, it's beyond incredible. So right now, by the way, I want to show you my chart and I want to know what you boys think. This is what I'm looking at right here. This is a clean chart. We were playing this range. This is exactly what we said. Boom, came up here. We were right here in the middle, came up here. Once you broke out, you were bound to go back up again. Now, the SMA 200 is right here at 99,500. I entered a short right now. Second entry is 98,469. And my third entry is 99,669.
Oh, beautiful number.
Dude, come on. You got to do this and respect the numbers. You know what I mean? I did not go to college for nothing.
I didn't go to college to smoke my marijuana vape in the restroom and not pay attention to the professor for nothing.
I would never do that for nothing. So that's where I'm at right now.
I like that. You're basically, in my opinion, playing the weekly moving averages. My only thing on those, the scale, the only thing in my head is just the 2-day sitting at 101. So as long as your stop is.
Now listen. No. This is a position that I'm down to be liquidated for.
I see.
I'm only in a 20x.
Oh, I see. Then you're fine. Oh.
I play it simple, dude. My invalidation will be like 106 or some shit like that towards the end of the position, right? But this is what I'm looking at with weekly.
Yes,
34 is right up here. We haven't touched that shit since the 10th of November, along with the 21, which is once again 98,520. This is why when I show you the daily, I said I did it right here. I'm doing 98,469 and up here 99,669. Right here. And then you look at the weekly and we just haven't touched those levels. It's kind of hard for me to like imagine that we're not going to come back and retest the 55 right here on the weekly as you're breaking out. You can even still, this candle can go all the way to here, but it's got to do this. Fake all late longs, get him out, and then fucking boom up. Because to me, the right target on this is either 104 or 111. 111. And I think 111 is going to be the target simply if we continue to go this fast, because no one's talking about 111. That's a strong ass motherfucking zone.
Yeah, true. It's true. And really, your throwback is just right in that 95.5. I mean, on the weekly, that's where you called it. So it's really, honestly, it's true. Even the most bullish bulls still would want some kind of throwback towards there. Well,
that's the thing. You're bound to get it. I also played this short right here on 96. I only got $1,000 on this one, but dude, you're going towards the EMA 100 for the first time in I don't know how fucking long, since October or November. You're bound to get a little rejection,
Plus that monthly too. I mean, it's been 2 months, 3 months if you count the month you lost it. The monthly 9 hasn't been tested. So yeah, it's legitimate things for sure. And that's why for me, when I was doing the analysis, I really still think if you're trying to long, you should just wait for more data. 95.5 throwbacks, holding it there, reclaiming the EMA 100. After a few days, we can make the argument. But I still think it's in a short zone still. The closer you get to that EMA 9 on the monthly, because that is still literally a monthly short setup.
I'd be scared to short, and this is just me, until they give me good news. As long as they keep trying to scare people, and they try to scare people today with the PPI. They were like, and by the way, I don't even know the number. Again, I just watch one of the presidents of the retards, and he'll be like, look, inflation, it's coming back. It's never going to fucking, interest rates are never going to come down. You see, it's like the same play. So I see that. I'm like, I'm going long again, and fucking paid off again. You know what I mean? Like, it's really that simple. Until I get, again, President Trump coming out and being, Bitcoin's going to be the greatest thing in the world. That's when I'll be like, you know what, Alex? Let's go short. Because I feel like simply based on how much it was fucking around for the past week or 2 weeks, that signaled to me that either a further down was going to happen or a reversal towards an up, but not towards all-time high. I just feel like you got to get one of those pumps that gets everyone, because you need the president of retards to go like, this is never coming down. It's always going to continue to go up. That was the bottom. It looks like it. And that's when we'll know that it's going to reverse again. Psychology is such an important element to this.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. It is true. 100%. And really, I mean, that should start soon. I do think bottom calls will start soon as we, approach that 98, 99K.
I saw a post on Instagram today in the morning where some guy said posted a chart and said those who are calling for 40,000s are going to buy back over 100,000.
We're going to need more of those guys. We're going to need more of those guys right now. We're going to need more of those posts. But the official word will come from, it'll be, what's coming up? That crypto clarity bill, probably.
Oh, when is that?
To be honest with you, at this point, that one's irrelevant to me. I have no idea. But when they do, because everyone's waiting for it to pass, I'm guessing when that passes, that's going to be like very close to where we're going to reject and come down. Because if everyone, all the presidents of the retards are like, just wait until that happens. Because when that happens, that means, okay, let's go eat dick. Does that make sense?
Yeah, just
and
like, what were you going to say, fine?
Wouldn't it be funny if the bear market starts exactly the same like it did in 2022 in late February?
But did it?
Or the actual move down?
The actual big move down, right?
Yeah.
I think that might be very plausible.
March.
That would put us at next month.
Yeah. I mean, end of the day, it all repeats itself, right? It really does. So, I don't know. Again, 2 week EMA 9, $98,000 basically. EMA 21, 99,000. 98, 99. You got it right here, baby. Come on, boys.
Yeah,
this is going to be a good one. Just a quick little short. Get late longs out, and let's fucking go to the 104, 111. It's got to be higher. Because everybody, remember how many people were waiting for 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 103, right? So it's got to be above that. I bet you Capo is looking at the most traditional levels. Let's ignore those levels. That's what we got to find out. What are those levels that these people are putting up? Because those are the levels that definitely are going to not matter.
It's working too. It is working.
Swiftly.
Say that again?
Swiftly to $99,000, inshallah.
See? It's going to go higher because everyone's going to be shorting 99. There we go. There we go. All right, boys. So Tesla and Circle. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Vale, mis estimados, bienvenidos a todos los miembros de Elite Trading Academy. Vamos a empezar rapidísimo por aquí arriba. Buenos días, caballeros. Buenos días, Tesla, bla, bla, bla. Buenos días, Camilo, Canito, Guille, Elías. ¿Cómo andan, perros? Buenos días, Circle. Ahorita lo ponemos. ¿Sí les pagaron sus longs? Pregunta Camilo. Atmos Energy, vale. Buenos días a todos. By the way, that was awesome long. Gracias. Eres una verga y mi Paco favorito, gracias. Siempre aquí repitiendo las noticias que nadie va a decir. ¿Quiénes son tus 5 Pacos favoritos para seguir la narrativa? Honestamente, no tienes que seguir Pacos favoritos. Es cualquier persona que lee las noticias. Cualquier persona que lee las noticias en línea, cualquiera, está haciendo un Paco. Es lo único que necesito. Necesito que el Paco me diga qué es lo que le va a decir a sus a, a- a su comunidad de Paquitos. Eso es lo que me importa. Porque, por ejemplo, lo de Jerome Powell, ¿no? No entiendo qué sería lo malo de lo que están hablando, porque a mí me vale verga la Reserva Federal y entiendo que es mentira, pero para la gente no. Entonces tengo que escuchar un Paco viendo qué es lo que dice. Y si los Pacos eran bajistas, por eso es alcista. Julio, tío, mi respeto, estás muy cabrón, la forma de leer narrativas es impresionante. Aún te confunden, mi Julio, está bien, vamos a aprenderlo todos juntos, ¿ok? Y ahora, en este momento, lo que yo estoy tomando en cuenta cuando estoy volteando a ver a Bitcoin en todo este canal es el canal fácil que les habíamos puesto antes. Ahorita ando yo empezando mi posición de short con una entrada donde estamos, una segunda entrada en los 98,469 y una tercera entrada en 99,669. ¿Por qué? Porque en la diaria tengo en el extremo mi SMA 200, abajo tengo mi línea meme. En la semanal tengo justamente en donde está el SMA 200, mi promedio del 34 en los 99,500, mi promedio del 21 en los 98. En la de 2 semanas, para que no les digan que no les estoy dando el trade instantáneamente, el promedio del 9 está en 98, el promedio del 21 está en 100, en 99, perdón. En la mensual, el promedio del 9 está en 98 y el promedio del 5 está en 99,700. Y en la trimestral, todavía mejor, el promedio del 5 justamente está en los 900, en los 97,700. ¿Ok? Entonces, estoy haciendo un corto ahorita porque ya creo que se va a dar la vuelta el precio de Bitcoin y la verga. No, estoy haciendo un corto ahorita porque también hice un corto en la diaria en esto y esto es lo que les había comentado ayer también. Les dije, cuando veamos acá y lleguemos al promedio del 100, que no lo hemos tocado desde octubre del 2025, voy a ponerle un corto porque va a bajar. Y lo hizo, efectivamente. Acá también me llevé otra lanita, metí en otro long, me salí de long y ahora estoy empezando a construir mi posición de corto con mi primera entrada. Normalmente las divido en 3, pero solamente pongo 25% del total de mi entrada en la primera. Acá, porque es una apuesta de riesgo alto. Porque esto podría tranquilamente reventar al alza. No lo creo, solamente estoy apalancado a 20x, lo que no me va a eliminar hasta que lleguemos hasta acá arriba, que es bastante fresco, y estoy jugando la posición por completo. Esa es mi jugada con esto. Bastante sencilla, honestamente, y pueden ver todas las resistencias y el por qué, ¿no? Lo único que nos jodería es que haga esto y se quede aquí. Sería una gran mierda. Pero si no, nos va a dar a cierto punto un corto. Este no va a ser el corto de la historia. El corto que estoy esperando acá, porque ahorita me van a preguntar, ¿dónde está tu take profit? Más o menos acá. Yo creo que acá, ¿eh? Acá es donde yo lo pondría, en esta de abajo, para que lo tengan puesto y lo entiendan. Donde cambias en la diaria, acá de manos, ahí es donde yo lo pondría. Vean, la de 4 horas va a ser más bonito todavía. Lo pueden ver perfectamente. ¿Por qué? Me atrevería a bajarlo un poco más a esto, justamente. ¿Dónde está esto? Ahora, entiendan esto. Digamos que le pegamos, ¿no? ¡Pum! A huevo, cae para acá. Esto, long, ¿ok? Todavía no hay nada que nos haga cambiar de opinión y decir, güey, esto ya valió verga y se va. No, 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 no. Todos van a querer agarrar el corto que los va a hacer millonarios, ¿no? El de 100,000 a cero. Eso es lo que todo el mundo piensa, no estoy diciendo que va a pasar. ¿Cuál es la realidad de esto? La realidad de esto es que no te va a dar el corto donde todo el mundo está esperando. He visto 1,000,000 de veces los precios. Te va a dar el corto entre 97 y 98, entre 99 y 101 o 103. Eso quiere decir que vamos a pasar por todos esos precios. Para mí, el trade divino va a estar en esto. Para mí, el trade hermoso está aquí, en esta estructura, en esta parte de la estructura. ¿Por qué? Porque este trade acá de los 107, hay mucha gente que lo puede ver y mucha gente se va a emocionar. Ahora, la gatada de Bitcoin puede ser o 109 o 111, 111,500. ¿Por qué? porque estarías arriba de esto y todo el mundo diría, güey, pues ya va a 116, que es la cosa más alcista. Por eso para mí 111,500 es donde va a topar. Pero también puede jugártelo acá, en los 109,200, donde no lo estás esperando, ¿ok? Esos son los números que no he visto a nadie poner todavía y por eso los tomo. Esto es un juego gigantesco de psicología, si no lo han aprendido todavía, y es como funciona. Tío, tenemos una figura de tasa en esto. Lo podrías llamar así, en este tipo de mini consolidación. Y tu objetivo, bien visto, Leo, y tu objetivo sería esto. Digamos, rompes esta zona. O, es más, ¿sabes qué? Igual y estás preguntando porque ya rompió esta zona de acá, hasta los 94,700, ¿no? Vamos a ponerlo por acá, un segundo. Lo pondría yo acá. Ok, hasta acá llega. Y digamos, lo rompes acá. Ahí están, esos $106,000. Puta madre. Bueno, hey, bien hecho, Leo. Viéralos, ¿eh? ¿Quién nos viera a todos acá? ¿Quién nos vieras a todos acá, cabrón? Buen rechazo hasta ahora. Vamos a esperar. Yo creo que Bitcoin se va a continuar moviendo. Solana fue como ayer también les conté. Ya vi que lo pones, Harry. ¿Dónde estaba mi lugar de venta, mi zona de venta? En los 146, acá. Y tuvo un rechazo hermoso el libro en los 149. Yo vendí en los 146. Tal cual como se los prometí. Y entramos en los 139, 138, por acá abajo. Nos dio una movida divina, además de que nos dio esta vela falsa topera. Así que lo teníamos muy en la cara. Solana va a continuar. Solana viene a los 160 hasta 173, en mi opinión. Puede que Solana, si Bitcoin llega a los 111, Solana puede llegar casi a los 202. ¿Ok? Ahí está. Harry, te acabo de dar todo el puto trade de Bitcoin. Pon atención, cabrón. Pon atención, mi estimado. Te puse todas las fases, todas las entradas, todas las salidas, todo. Ok, vamos a empezar con Bitcoin. ¿Qué les parece? Con el índice. Ya vimos todo lo que puede pasar en corta temporalidad para todos ustedes. Perdón, un segundo. Me lastimé mi pinche pulgar, pero potentemente. Aquí es justo de lo que estamos hablando, ¿no? Que si venimos acá corto, si venimos acá long, y continúa aplicando exactamente igual. Este es mi índice. Déjenme borro y limpio un poco mi tablita. No sé qué les estaba enseñando acá. Que fue acá, ¿no? Si viene hasta acá y es donde vamos a romper. Vientos. Ok. Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Para todos los que se lo están perdiendo en este momento, lo que estamos viendo es literalmente el famoso relief rally. Pero para que sea un buen relief rally, tiene que hacer a todo el mundo pensar que en verdad vamos a ir a altos históricos. Esto es importantísimo para todos ustedes entender por qué. Y lo que yo haría es anotar esto. Anoten esto. Porque hay veces que los sentimientos te ganan, cabrón, y no hay nada que podamos hacer con eso, ¿no? Son potentes los hijos de puta de nuestros sentimientos. Y tenemos que jugar en contra de ellos porque esos son lo que indirectamente nos quiere mover, ¿ok? Y es a lo que nos están moviendo. ¿Por qué lo digo? Porque lo que vamos a ver, y escúchenlo bien, lo que estamos viendo en este momento es esto es lo que le quieren vender a la gente. Y el superciclo, ¿ok? Lo platicamos antes de todo esto, ¿ok? ¿Por qué? Porque es importante entenderlo. Porque, tío, cuando te suban el precio de esto, ¿ok? Y que lo veas por acá en los 111, 110, tal vez hasta los 114, ¿no? O sea, estoy exagerando, ya les di cuáles son mis objetivos. Pero digamos que vienes acá, todo el mundo va a ser alcista. Van a decir, güey, ya este fue el fondo, definitivamente vamos para arriba. Todo el mundo. El trabajo de esto es hacer creer a todo el mundo que vamos para arriba. ¿Dónde vamos a encontrar el tope acá? Y esto se los digo una vez más empezando hoy, donde apenas acaba de empezar este movimiento. El tope de este movimiento no le voy a poner número. Ya les di sugerencias de número para que estén viendo esos lugares, ¿ok? Porque lo importante es tener tus números para saber dónde vas a hacer tu corto una vez que ¿Qué fue lo que acabamos de ver? Que eran buenas y buenas noticias de cripto en lo que bajaba. Y en cuanto Jerome Powell nos da malas noticias, sube. Esto es lo que quiero que aprendan. Por eso les digo, no pongo objetivos en mis trades cuando me preguntan, ¿cuándo vas a comprar Coinbase a la baja? Cuando me digan que Coinbase va a quebrar. No, es más básicamente eso. Lo mismo con Bitcoin, etcétera. Por ahora, lo que vamos a buscar es una noticia súper positiva acá arriba. Cuando nos den esa noticia súper positiva, vamos a hacer un corto enorme. Y ahí, entres tarde o no, vas a poder aprovechar el movimiento grande. Este movimiento grande todavía no se da. ¿Ok? Y ahora, si va a ir al lado contrario, etcétera, bien, pero no lo creo. Porque esto está siguiendo la narrativa que les estoy diciendo. La traigo, pero le tengo la gente le mide el pulso a las cosas. Tengo el dedo en el ano de la narrativa en este momento y puedo sentir su pulso cada que respira, la hija de puta. Entonces, lo que vamos a esperar aquí, entender que muy probablemente y lo que más va a favorecer nuestros trades son longs. Ahorita no tienes un long, no te vas a meter en long en 97,500 en lo que estás en la parte más extrema de la vela. Te vas a meter en long cuando regreses a los 95,500. Ahí es donde el long tiene sentido. Hasta los 92,700. Digo, espera, bueno, ahorita lo vemos en corta temporalidad para que lo tengamos. Pero eso es lo que estamos buscando acá. Vientos, con eso dicho, ¿qué tenemos por acá? Tenemos volatilidad apuntando e intentando ir al punto más bajo de la tabla. Quiero que sepan que esta volatilidad, ahora que está subiendo, está subiendo la volatilidad en lo que el precio está subiendo. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que va a tomar tantito tiempo acá, ¿eh? No creo que esto vaya a ser algo de una semana, 2 semanas. Yo creo que vamos a estar en este rango con más prioridad a los longs que a los cortos por mínimo 3 semanas a 2 meses. Es más o menos lo que estoy pensando. Ahora, una vez más, ahí estoy intentando adivinar el futuro. Lo único que voy a estar viendo es la noticia. Es todo lo que me importa. A los presidentes de todos los pacos, ver a esos güeyes volverse completamente alcistas, eso es lo único que estoy buscando. Entonces, solamente para tenerlo en mente, acá lo que nuestra volatilidad nos ha enseñado es que cada vez que tenemos volatilidad contrayendo por debajo del promedio, hemos llegado a un tope de ciclo, ¿no? Y lo hemos hecho acá en en enero del 2018, lo hemos hecho acá en octubre del 2021 y lo hemos hecho acá en octubre del 2025, ¿no? Básicamente nos ha dado todos los topes y también nos ha dado todas las entradas de fondo. Esta fue la de jamás, esta fue la de COVID, esta fue la del ciclo de cuando Bitcoin cayó de 20,000 a no sé qué vergas, ¿no? Entonces, ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Esto nos ha mantenido por adelante del juego en este momento y ha funcionado súper bien. Tenemos estructura alcista con altos más altos, bajos más altos. Estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios menos el promedio del 5, que una vez que ya pierdes el promedio del 5 en la trimestral, normalmente vas a tu mercado bajista, además de que la volatilidad y su movimiento apoya la misma teoría. Pero antes de caer, ¿no? Tienes que tener un movimiento de estos, ¿no? Y este movimiento llegó hasta acá, sería un equivalente de por ahí de los 115 si fuera a darse igualito con esta vela comparada de. Y ahora luego les diré cómo saqué esa puta conclusión que es irrelevante. Pero estando por debajo del promedio del 5 tenemos un trimestre y ahora este trimestre debería de amenazar con ir acá arriba a los 104, pintar como que simplemente fue esto lo que pasó y vamos a continuar y ya. Pero tenemos una vela envolvente bajista en la parte alta y esta vela envolvente bajista en la parte alta nos dice que hay una reversión de tendencia. Una vez que cerremos por debajo de $80,000, que es debajo de esta vela, esto va a ir para abajo, ¿ok? Y ahí es donde estaremos al pendiente. Lo que yo pienso es que en cuanto nos den las buenas noticias, es cuando vamos a empezar a ir a ese camino ya por fin a los $69,000. No todo ocurre rápido, tienen que ser pacientes por eso. Mensual estamos justamente bajo nuestro promedio del 9 y el 5. Para nosotros estar debajo de nuestros promedios, por más que haya estructura alcista, que también ya se rompió, la única que no se ha roto es la de acá que les dije desde el principio. Si yo fuera el CEO de Bitcoin, sería un hijo de puta, les daría esto para que todo el mundo crea que es alcista y eventualmente acaban a la baja. Tal cual como, ¿qué fue lo que nos dijo que íbamos a subir ahorita? Lo contrario, vimos del otro lado de la tabla ahorita lo que vimos acá. consolidación para abajo antes del gran putazo para arriba. Y fue justo lo que nos dio la pista. Y una vez más, es lo que hemos mantenido desde el principio. Desde que pusimos esto, dije, no me gustaría que se lo lleve. Eso haría que más gente, más presidentes de pacos y todos sus pacos vengan y entren en este juego y les quiten su dinero. Así que por ahora venimos al 21. Hemos aguantado el 21, estamos regresando a retestear el 9 y también el promedio del 5 por acá en la mensual. Esto ya está empezando a romper bajistamente. Cuando volteamos a ver la trimestral, también tenemos momentum y divergencias bajistas en ello, lo que otra también nos señala que vamos para abajo, lo mismo en la mensual. ¿Ok? Nada más, simplemente estamos ante un buen rebote. Vientos. Volatilidad también en la mensual está en el punto más bajo de la tabla en toda la historia y pueden ver que estaba apuntando ya para arriba y ahorita está una vez más para abajo ante este movimiento correctivo hacia arriba. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que es un movimiento correctivo efectivamente esta subida. Es interesante darnos cuenta de esto, es muy importante. 2 semanas estábamos en la misma, 2 semanas nuestra volatilidad empezó a apuntar para arriba en esto y después contrajo en lo que continúa empujando para arriba. Esta es una trampa. Una vez más, ¿qué te señala que esta es una corrección? Tu corrección vienes, has perdido el promedio del 9, del 21, estás el 34, estás por fin a punto de romper el 34, pero aquí lo que podría hacer tranquilamente sería un SFP de esta zona y después caer. Es lo que podría hacer. O simplemente hacerlo poco a poco, ¿no? Tienes 2 semanas, 3, básicamente 2 meses para que esto sea una jugada que parece que vas a cerrar por encima y después se dé la vuelta, que es lo que creo que vamos a ver en esta tabla. Una vez más, ¿qué me dice eso? Nuestra volatilidad había empezado a expandir y ahora está apuntando para abajo en lo que tienes este gran movimiento para arriba. Esto para todos los que son alcistas esperando que estas volatilidades vayan a empujar el precio para arriba. Dios, no se ve bien la cosa para ustedes si están esperando eso. Esto es definitivamente más bajista que alcista. ¿Dónde esperaríamos rechazo? $99,000 es donde está nuestro promedio del 21, que es la línea amarilla, la parte más alta de esto, el extremo. Ahora, puedes tranquilamente venir al extremo más grande con esta vela. No es como que Bitcoin nunca ha hecho una gatada de esas, ¿no? Que simplemente se viene para acá y luego ya de ahí cae. No lo pongo fuera de lugar. Voy a poner mi HPDR. Para los que predijeron 180 se empiecen a emocionar y decir que ya están bien otra vez. Vamos a ver dónde están los 180. Solamente 140 acá. Ahí está, 180, la parte alta de la zona azul. En la de 2 semanas. Ya casi estamos ahí. Básicamente ahí. Por ahora, ¿dónde deberíamos de venir? A los 103, que es el 50%. Y la parte baja de la zona azul fuera de pedo, que es donde personalmente veo más confluencia, está en los $110,000. 110. Semanal, tenemos 114 es la parte alta de la zona azul. Para poder romper a esa zona debemos de reventar los 99,600 y ahí ya nos llevaría a los 114 con probabilidad de altos históricos una vez más por acá en la semanal. Después de la caída que nos había dado, volatilidad está contrayendo y ahora está subiendo en lo que la volatilidad está contrayendo, lo que nos dice que estamos ante una corrección. El extremo de este trade está en el promedio del 34, que se encuentra justamente en los 99,600. Pero, importante anotar esto en la semanal, tu media está en los 96,500. Aquí. Y es lo que les digo, esta es la oportunidad de corto acá y la oportunidad de long acá. El corto es el que estoy construyendo ahorita, ya se los puse. El long es cuando regresemos a 96,500, 95,800. Ahí está tu oportunidad de long en esa zona, con un máximo de 93,700. ¿Is that Vinny the Pitbull? Oh. I'm busy, but yes, I always want to see him. Perdón, me ofrecieron que iban a traer a Vinny. Un segundo.
Buenos días, Vinny.
He says hi. He's right here getting rubs. Go on.
The daily rubs.
Go on. There he is. Sorry. Ok, perdón. Andaba dándole besos a Vinny.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is it racist to assume that Vinny speaks Spanish?
He does not, but it's pretty racist. Especially because motherfucker lived here, has only been here for a year. And he's like 6 years old. So it's especially racist. Actually, I tried to speak to him in Spanish. He does not speak any Spanish at all.
Gringo.
I think Fiona did, because Fiona, her name was Chica originally. Thank you, baby. Ok. Estamos acá en los 97 pompeando, vamos a esta zona. Y aquí es donde esperarías que te rechace para poder dar ese short rápido a la zona de los 96. Ahí es donde vas a tomar tu take profit. No esperaría. El extremo más grande sería tu promedio del 5, que está en 91,200, pero me costaría trabajo ver algo así, sobre todo por lo rápido que subió. Eliminó a todos los shorts de esta vela, a todos. Ahora, ¿por qué cortos va a ir? Y esto es algo que tienen que ver todos estos. Desde los 107 para abajo, tienes que eliminar a toda esta bola de puñales. A los de acá ya los eliminó, ¿eh? A todos los cortos de acá ya les había dado papa y acá fue rápido. ¡Pum! Puede que acá ya no necesitemos. Pero estos cortos de acá, sí. ¿Ok? Rompiendo los 99, primera zona de resistencia van a ser los 104 y si no, hasta los 114 es lo que nos dice la tabla semanal. Pero una vez más, estamos en un movimiento correctivo. 5 días, que es la tabla importante que estamos buscando en este momento. Tenemos justamente el extremo de nuestro cruce plateado a la baja en los 99,200 y estos 99,200 es donde probablemente encontremos esa resistencia para ir para abajo una vez más. La media en la de 5 días está en 96,800 y tu promedio del 21 está en los 96,400, 96,500. Va a ser tu zona para sacar esto. Ahora, en la de 5 días, volatilidad ya regresó de vuelta por debajo del promedio del 15%, lo que nos dice que también se avecina un movimiento monstruo en la tabla. De perder los 96, básicamente 93 sería el siguiente objetivo con el promedio del 100, que en la de 5 días no hemos venido a retestear, pero esa va a ser una oportunidad gigantesca de long si lo viene a retestear, si todavía no existe la noticia positiva. ¿Ok? Vamos a la diaria. La de harina fue la que me dijo, esto es para long, papi. Teníamos esto justamente reventando ayer para arriba ante el movimiento a la alza. Tenemos también nuestro promedio del 200 que se encuentra justamente en los 99,600. Arribita está el 61,8% en los $100,000. Recuerden que normalmente a Bitcoin le gusta en la tabla de harina venir a rechazar. Esto es los movimientos normales. Cuando ya viene extremos, viene al 78 y el mega extremo está en el 88,3, que está aquí en los 111,900. Esa es mi zona Gaia, ¿eh? Esa es mi zona Gaia. Se los digo, estoy adivinando. Todavía. Pero pueden ver los extremos de esto. Para pintárselas más claras, habíamos visto la de 8 horas. Fue ayer la que les mandé la señal de Discord también. Estaba reventando a la alza. Y les digo, pueden vender acá si quieren su primera salida en el 200, pero tienes un setup de volatilidad a la alza todavía dándose y todavía tiene camino para empujar. Siguiente objetivo, 98,300. El extremo estaría en los 101,629 para que lo tengan. Y todo esto estaría mal si perdemos $93,000 a la baja. ¿Ok? Por ahora, somos mucho más alcistas que bajistas. Por ahora, los voy a llevar a mis rangos para que los tengan bien puestos. Pueden ver exactamente lo que estamos viendo. Yo creo que esta tabla es la más sencilla, simplificada de todas. Me voy a echar tantito para atrás, poner la diaria y dejárselos acá. Porque también este canal alcista en el que estamos dentro, lo pueden ver, ¿no? Que una vez más va a resultar ser bajista. En este canal alcista en el que estamos dentro, el extremo está acá, en los 99. Y pueden ver que le gusta a veces salirse tantito de esa zona. Y obviamente acá va a hacerte la gatada esta para que no puedas perder nada antes de ir a los 96 tal vez, o no. Acá lo que tenemos que checar, si estás en este long, antes del corto, todavía metido. ¿Dónde se va a acabar tu empuje de volatilidad? La de 4 horas ya está en extremos, 2 horas está en mega extremos, pero puede pintar doble extremo, está a punto de expandir una vez más hacia la alza, interesante. Y la de 1 hora ya viene de extremos a pintar otra vez doble extremo, lo que nos dice y sugiere que efectivamente nuestro movimiento va a acabar en este extremo o en este extremo. Así que pónganse truchas. ¿Qué fue el trade que les dejé a todos ustedes? Sencillo. Simplemente en la semanal. ¿Cuáles son los que nos gustan, no? Los trades extremos en la semanal. Tienen 97, ¿qué fueron? Entré como en 97,300, lo chingadas que haya sido donde estemos acá. No he visto mi posición todavía. Lo que abrí limit fue 98, 469 y 99, 669. Acá. Para un corto con take profit en 96,500. ¿Ok? ¿Cuál es mi stop loss? Eliminación en un 20X. Así que lo que quieras, estés dispuesto a perder en un 20X, ponlo ahí. Listo. Listo. Tú también entraste, mi Harry, en los 97,320. Nada mal, nada mal. Vamos leyendo las tablas, el pulso del mercado, cómo se debe. Y vamos a continuar con esto, cabrones. Ahí lo tienen para que no digan rapidísimo. Yo creo que la dominancia de Tether no es tan importante porque es igualita a lo que está pasando acá. La dominancia de Bitcoin es importante, solamente repetirle a todos ustedes. Alt season, todo eso no es lo que viene. Por más que vean la dominancia de Bitcoin caer, es irrelevante. Esto va a tener más que ver con el ciclo y cómo se mueve el ciclo de Bitcoin antes que cualquier otra cosa, con un setup de volatilidad potente. Esto tiene cara que va a la baja. Si lo ves en grandes, ya pueden ver a la gente que está diciendo acá, no mames, la dominancia de Bitcoin, se vienen las altcoins, bla, bla, bla. No tiene nada que ver, eso es más como la dominancia del dólar, lo que va a reventarle el culo a todo. Ahora, alt season va a venir, pero cuando empiecen a tirar un chingo de liquidez, una vez más, tienes que escuchar una excusa para tirar liquidez del tamaño de la pandemia, ¿ok? Tienes que escuchar algo así. A menos, y una vez más, si te dicen una guerra, van a tomar Groenlandia, van a tomar Cuba, nada de eso es una inyección de estas. Literalmente tendría que ser, si es una guerra, tendría que ser algo que reviente un estado completo en Estados Unidos, que nos ponga a todos de nuevo en casa y que justifique darnos trillones de dólares. Para que entiendas el tamaño de esto. Y hay gente que me dice, ok, entendido. Entonces, si vamos y atacamos México, no. ¿Ok? Ahí lo tienen. Vámonos entonces. No hay alt season todavía, aunque no voy a mentir, esta tabla me tiene bastante interesado. La de Solana. Solana contra Bitcoin, porque tiene cara de que está tocando fondo. No, ahora, no entiendo qué quiere decir y por qué vergas, pero ahí lo tienen. Y ahora, Ethereum con Bitcoin, por ejemplo, ya hizo su fondo y está reventando a la alza y debería de volver a entrar acá, a menos de que vaya a rechazar y caer. ¿Quiere decir algo que voy a comprar Ethereum? Bla, bla? No. ¿Ok? No estoy diciendo eso. Simplemente me tienen interesados estos gráficos. Y para mí, lo que yo estoy acumulando son NFTs en Solana. Y voy a comprar algunos de Ethereum también pronto. Eso es lo que me importa, donde los retornos en un ciclo de liquidez extrema, ahí es donde van a estar. Y aparte lo tengo en las monedas, así que estoy metido en todo, aunque no. ¿Por qué ahora comprar NFTs cuando va a caer más la bolsa, si es lo que estás pensando? Porque han estado tan castigados que ya la gente llegó hace mucho tiempo al punto donde dijeron, o nunca lo voy a vender o lo voy a vender por esto. Y es por eso que me interesa, porque ahorita es donde ya, por lo que lo vendan, me da igual que bajen tantito más la verga, ya se trata de encontrar raros. Y es, ¿no? A lo que me dedico, carnales. Vale, pues. All righty, Mr. Alex, what do you got? Tesla?
Yes.
Okay.
Tesla. You know, it's interesting, the stock market. A lot of the ETA stock shorts fired off, still very valid. while the crypto shorts got stopped. It's interesting to see that because when I'm viewing like Tesla, Coinbase, Nvidia, looking still a little weak, honestly. Now we are gauging on Tesla move potentially back to the weekly median in that 448, 450 zone, and possibly a rejection down. We were gauging that rejection just simply based by the weekly back in, or I guess the end of December, weekly 9 becoming a loss. Now, we're still very aware that 436 is support, but into today, you might be losing that, giving you confluence of this weekly setup with the target down to that 421. It's like 420, yeah, 421.56, or just a weekly EMA 21. That's where you have to really watch carefully because, well, remember, we talked about if you start really losing the zone, dumping down to that 420 region, you might wick down to 415 or even lose it. Losing 415 would be a really big sign to me that, yeah, perhaps bears are going to start dumping this down. Now, we saw last time we lost 415, really didn't work out. We had support off to 21. We immediately got a reclaim, started to move up to a new high. So we reached back down to that 415 zone, which into today, you might actually get confluence of that setup firing off. I'll explain on the daily. You should be watching that zone very carefully because you do see volatility while it's primed, giving you a pretty big setup here on the weekly. Not firing off quite yet, but the weekly, in my opinion, setting up for a move down. Bulls really need to defend this zone or they will get a breakdown. You're not going to get support of the 21 here. You may lose that. And if you do lose it while closing under 415, you're really going to get a move down to 400. And at that point, you have to really be watching for the ranges to move down on the HPDR, meaning you may just start rejecting the median moving down. Because the median rejection on this weekly now is a very key sign. If we're rejecting a weekly median, mind you, we've been holding above it for the last few weeks. That's, to me, just a sign of weakness. Now, going to the daily here, you can see you're in a breakdown. You're actually still just brewing that daily sell. And really, honestly, again, this is just opening up the idea of maybe a deeper pullback down to 415, 420. Now, into tonight, you can get confluence of this if you start losing 436. You've seen 436 hold on the daily before moving up. You even saw a little chop zone here before the reclaim. If you do end up losing 436, you should be looking at that as potentially opening up this range and really watching for the low 400s. This daily, though, doesn't give bulls really much confidence of it moving up. It's rather in a breakdown with even a daily volatility setup brewing. We'll go back to the 2-day. Maybe the 2-day will maybe tell us a little more. And now the 2-day, all that tells you is this is just going to, again, give you more confluence once you lose 436 that you are going to start making a move back down to that low $400 region. I only use the 55 for crosses, not really for bounce zones. But really, you can see once you lose this region, there is going to be nothing but air. You do have that 2-day SMA 200 just looming here at $327. Now let's go to the monthly. Maybe there's something on the monthly because I do remember the monthly at least was looking somewhat bullish for Tesla, and it still is, right? You still see you're in a buy, you're still in a breakout, you're above the monthly 9, and you just had a higher high. So really, bulls are trying just to hold that 436 zone. You can see and get confluence of that, just really close to that 38.2%. As long as you hold that going into February, you are going to have potentially more of a bias moving up, assuming you hold 436. So it losing, getting lost potentially today really could be the start of a deeper pullback. Bulls don't end up getting a bigger bounce out of here. Because I remember last week when we were looking at Tesla, we did need a bounce out of here. It's kind of a race against time for bulls. The longer they stay here, the more out of control they'll become. They need to just get this, become a throwback, higher low, get back above 436, and start moving up to a new high. That high could be around $520 to $530. But the longer they stay here, the more concerning this is going to be. And really, I mean, if you started to move back down to around 415, you do have that monthly 9 at around 399. So in that $400 area. But again, you would really want to start seeing this monthly breakout. And that's just what the HPDR is saying. You wouldn't want to fall back within the blue zone. So you do notice the median is, right in that next zone around 360, 363. You lose 415, you get a pretty easy move down to 370s. So it's kind of how important this daily range is potentially opening up. You really, as a bull, need to see 436 hold here, or it is just going to start looking questionable going into the monthly close. So, Tesla is looking a little weak to me, honestly. And it's been looking weak since we consolidated. Even when you made this high, it really didn't even hold. You really could not even flip the previous wick high into support, falling back within this range. Really, it's kind of been a disappointment so far if you're bullish. So lastly here, we'll go back to the weekly. You do want to be watching this zone carefully. If you do stand under the weekly median, you'll know just simply if you don't have the HPDR, as long as you're under the weekly 9, you will just have more of an objective down to $400. So just be fully aware of that if you're trying to long Tesla. And if you throw the rainbow chart off, you just kind of visually see where we're at here. Oh gosh, fix that there, right? This is a kind of concerning spot. So ideally the rally will start once 415 is tested and holds. But again, I still stand on, if you lose 415, this will be my kind of criteria for that big breakdown. Very similar to what we saw in the beginning of the year. So really watch that carefully. The daily might open up that trade that will take you down to that 420, 415. And that's all really dependent on 436 being lost. So far it is. You have a daily breakdown on the HPDR and you have a daily volatility setup. So if you are trying to long here, this is kind of the last stand for bulls. You really do not want to see a daily close under 436. So that's all I have really on Tesla. And our Academy short almost got stopped, but did not. It was, I think, stops at 458 right in this region here. So still very valid. And if you are short with us on Tesla, this daily setup could just give you another ad zone. Trade it like this. As long as you stand at 436, you will break down. And that just puts in bearish structure. So far, not bad. We've just, we've just been stuck in this range for quite a while. Hopefully, Tesla will move up or down. And with the way the weekly volatility is looking, we could start seeing volatility fire off here soon. So yeah, hopefully it breaks down or breaks up. I'm really tired of this range. It's been really stuck in since September. Just been doing nothing. You had a false breakdown, false breakout, back in the middle. Hopefully we'll get some kind of move here soon.
I'm sure we'll get some type of movement soon. Now I understand I know why Tesla's going to do this. Did you know that they canceled putting FSD as a buyout package, and now you can only get it now with monthly payments?
Oh, really? I didn't know
that. I prefer it that way, to be honest.
Yeah, until you understand how much money. Because now, think about that. All cars do this, right? And now we all depend on it. Now we don't have steering wheels anymore, and these guys go, all right. The $99 a month thing was awesome, but now it's going to be $600 a month.
I see. But I only plan to keep a car for maybe a year and a half to 2 years max.
In the scenario right now, it makes sense. But in the scenario where they just keep adding to the price in the future and you have nothing else to use because literally all cars have no steering wheel, it's fucked up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But I think more than anything, what this is, because I saw all the people that work for Elon on Twitter. I have a few buddies in here that do lip service for Elon via Twitter, right? They're all selling it as very bullish. So now I understand why. Because Tesla's losing so much money on margin right now with the discounts that they're giving out. They're trying to get people to buy software, which is 100% profitable.
Profit, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That seems more bullish than bearish. You just start making people pay you monthly.
You would say it's more bullish it's bullish immediately, but it's not bullish because what he's showing you is that margins are so fucked. He's trying to sell software desperately.
And yeah, that's a good point too.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a good perspective, actually.
Because literally, at first I was like, "What the fuck is this? Like, is this good or bad?" But once I see like the Elon people that help him, making sure that you understand how bullish it is for Tesla stock, I'm like, okay, I get it now.
Back in my day, the internet connection in the car was free. Now you got to pay for the fucking garage door opener.
Everything, homie. Everything.
You buy an S class, you don't got to pay monthly for the garage door opener.
It's the only thing. All righty.
Something I forgot to say on Tesla, which is just on the daily, you could mention it. The basis of our short trade is just solely the daily downtrend. Rejections off to 21, 458 was the last lower high.
Oh yeah.
So it still just isn't a downtrend with that volatility setup. Just need to be a little cautious of maybe that 415 retest, and then it gets a bounce.
Yeah.
But if people are shorting with us on ETA, that's kind of the basis of my trade.
I told them right here, 450, 450, 450, and try it until you can't anymore because it'll pay out.
Okay, beautiful. Because yeah, that's truly what I believe too. I really think Tesla's going to move down here. But you know, with Bitcoin breaking out and risks getting a push up, you know, I have to look at maybe 415 being the bounce zone. But if we lose it, then yeah, it's back on to, I think we're going to start making the move to like $250.
Yeah. Yeah, it's coming.
Big zone. 415.
Okay. Empezamos con Tesla. Oh, I forgot to tell you what the fuck is next. I'm sorry. Circle. Atmos Energy. Atmos.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I got it.
I'm pretty sure. Haven't we done this before? Nope. Wow. Massive volatility setup.
Oh yeah, on the daily. I was looking at the higher time frame.
Only on the daily though. Oh, and the 3-month is expanding from this. Oh wow. Okay. There you go.
This is the real Bitcoin.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Ok. Estamos viendo Tesla. Tesla el día de hoy compartió una noticia muy importante y esto es lo que es importante para todos entender porque me costó trabajo digerirla para poder comprender más allá de la noticia. Tesla hoy anunció que iban a no vender más FSD, sino que el piloto automático, sino que te lo iban a rentar al mes. ¿Qué es lo que habíamos dicho, no? Iban a acabar en eso. Para la gente que está interesada en Tesla y que simplemente le gusta el chisme, esto es muy bueno para Tesla a futuro, pero esto tiene más cosas en medio para todo esto, ¿ok? Lo primero, esto es pésimo para todo el consumidor, porque ahora en vez de poder comprar al chofer y tenerlo por siempre por $8,000, ahora vas a pagar 99. Y tal cual, como lo dijo Farhan, como digo yo, güey, pues qué chingón, pagas 99, te quedas el coche por 2 años y vale la pena en vez de comprar todo el puto FSD, ¿no? A menos de que tengas un coche de Tesla, un Tesla por 10 años, no se paga el FSD solo. Pero lo cabrón va a ser, le van a quitar a todos los coches el volante. Yo sé que ustedes todavía no lo creen, pero imagínate que han pasado 5 años. Todos los coches ya no tienen volante. Todos los coches se manejan solos. Tesla te está cobrando $99 al mes por tu chofer y de la nada dice Tesla, ¿saben qué? Necesito más dinero. Voy a cobrarles ahora $800 al mes. No hay nada que podamos hacer. Nada. Es lo malo para nosotros. Ahora, del lado de Tesla, ¿qué significa esto en este momento que quieran recibir tanto dinero por software? Recuerda, lo que más ganancias te va a dar en este planeta es vender software. Creas el programa una vez, ¿no? Como Microsoft Windows, y lo vendes millones de veces. Y cada que lo vendes no te cuesta nada, es un archivo que todo el mundo baja, ¿ok? FSD es lo mismo. Lo que ahorita está empujando Elon es que la gente compre FSD. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que está pasando con Tesla es sus márgenes están tan castigados que necesitan hacer en este momento que algo cubra un poco ese margen y está intentando buscar hacerlo a través de FSD. Porque si puede meter eso en vez de con el coche que tiene un costo y en el coche está descontando básicamente una suscripción de FSD, si puede vender suficientes suscripciones de FSD, va a esconder bastante la baja en sus márgenes. El pedo es, no puedes financiar FSD si lo vas a comprar después, ¿no? Tienes que pagarlo por adelantado. Entonces, ¿qué tanto volumen va a recibir? No sé, pero es lo que está intentando hacer. Lo que todavía me da más confirmación de que Tesla va a comer mierda ahorita. Y para los que no lo crean, ¿cuántas veces les dije? Vamos a shortear la zona de los 460, si ya no llega, 450 hasta que te canses. Esto es lo que va a pagar. A la diaria vienes del máximo histórico con un bajo más bajo que todos los pasados, con un alto más bajo. Ahora lo que esperarías es que este mínimo sea el bajo y no tan bajo como este y aquí se aguante. Si te llegas a llevar los 424 a la baja en Tesla, esto va a continuar para abajo, ¿ok? Porque estarías ya oficialmente perdiendo la tendencia alcista, estarías entrando ya en una tendencia bajista en muchas diferentes temporalidades confirmada. Tienes volatilidad para abajo. Les he dicho esto 1000 veces. Cuando consolidas en una zona así por mucho tiempo y no te dejan de dar buenas noticias de algo, compramos TikTok, nos va a ir de huevos el próximo año, comimos Pito, Oracle. Tesla está haciendo lo mismo, en mi opinión, en este momento. ¿Ok? Y es algo que tenemos que tener en mente todos. Trimestral en Tesla alcista, no existe ningún, aquí tenemos un patrón de duda. Esta vela es un doji, ¿no? Que te dice indecisión. Tiene las patitas flacas como yo y tiene los bracitos flacos como yo y la panza gorda como yo. Eso, damas y caballeros, es indecisión, donde para arriba y para abajo se ve igual y estás justamente en medio. Eso no dice nada. A veces velas de indecisión en el tope pueden resultar ser toperas, pero para mí no es una señal lo suficientemente fuerte para decirlo. Así que no la voy a tomar como tal. Para mí está en las noticias. Me estás contando muy buenas noticias, buenas noticias, buenas noticias, buenas noticias de Tesla y simplemente no sube más allá de lo que ya subió. Estamos en una clara tendencia alcista. Lo pueden ver, altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, con bajos más altos en toda la tabla. Estamos por encima de nuestro 9 y 5 trimestral. No necesitas saber más en la trimestral. También ahora lo que tienes es volatilidad contrayendo después de esta gran explosión de volatilidad a la alza que te la dio con estas velas. ¿Qué quiere decir? Que ahora viene lo contrario con esta corrección de volatilidad en la trimestral y creo que es lo que vamos a justamente ver a Tesla caer de precio. Mensual tenemos ya una vela topera, cualquier cierre por debajo de esta vela topera en los 423, que también te llevas ese mínimo que habíamos platicado, debería darte un viaje gratis a los $400 y de ahí probablemente a los 370. Una de las zonas más importantes en Tesla. Una vez que pierdes los 370, te garantiza casi que vas a venir al promedio del 100. Es donde yo estaría poniendo el ojo bien pelado. Acá había dado o estaba como tentado a dar un setup de volatilidad a la alza, pero se está dando más o menos la vuelta y se está yendo de lado. Vela topera, cualquier cosa por debajo de 124 lo confirma, pero por ahora la estructura es alcista, pero tienes volatilidad ahora ya empujando a la derecha, lo que no nos da mucha confianza. 2 semanas. 2 semanas tienes ya volatilidad en contracción, después de haber tenido esta expansión de que fue de acá a acá, de básicamente 330 a máximo histórico, y ahora tienes contracción. Esto nos indica que muy probablemente estemos viendo, ojo, un segundito, low 435.30. Por nada, esta no es una vela envolvente bajista, por nada. En la de 2 semanas tenemos eso, esta vela no envolvente bajista, que es muy parecida. Estamos rebotando en el promedio del 9, 4.25. Pueden ver que este es el número que vamos a estar viendo en Tesla como pinche white on rice, ¿no? Encima de él. Cerraste por debajo del promedio del 5. La última vez, fuera de esta, que cerraste por debajo del promedio del 5 fue la gran bajada del 2025, la de los aranceles. Ya cerraste por debajo del promedio del 5. Está siendo discreto este hijo de puta. Ahora, otro cierre sería ya efectivamente monumental a la baja, pero si te llegas a llevar los 423, 424 a la baja, ahí es donde vas a ver a Dios presentarse en la tabla de Tesla para toda la gente que fue alcista en el tope y agregando a su posición. Por acá, la semanal, ya tienes 1, 2, y este podría ser tu tercer cierre a la baja debajo del promedio del 9. Se llega a dar, la última vez que tuviste 2 fue el ajuste de noviembre, pero antes de eso, una vez que tuviste un cierre semanal por abajo, después de ser máximo histórico, fue donde se cayó. Y aquí es donde podría yo mucha atención. En la semanal estoy preparando un setup de volatilidad buenísimo, donde aquí nos va a dictar a dónde va la siguiente pierna de esto. Si llego yo a ver que este setup de volatilidad empieza a expandir a la alza y veo que esto empieza a ir para arriba, voy a cambiar mi tesis y voy a decir, ¿saben qué? Esto sí va a continuar para arriba. Por ahora, yo me salí en 468 y está en 435. Estoy bastante contento con mi salida, al igual que la de Rivian, sobre todo hablando de temporalidad. Recuerden, Rivian me salí en 19.90, aquí arriba, acá, donde está el promedio del 5. Estoy muy contento con esas salidas, muy, muy contento salida, y estoy acá en Lucid, agregando, bueno, tengo mi posición ya construida, y acá esperando si nos baja a los 8, 7 dólares para poner un poco de mi contingencia en Lucid. No sé por qué les iba a enseñar Jack in the Box, pero ya saben la historia. Mejores retornos que Bitcoin con Jack in the Box. Y también, bueno, de cierta forma, Coinbase está haciendo lo que tiene que hacer. Coinbase, a mi gusto, Coinbase va a venir a los 300 dólares ahorita con este rally. Puede venir a los 300 hasta los 340, ¿ok? Y de ahí rechazar con un alto más bajo e irnos para abajo. Pero estamos viendo Tesla. Tesla en este momento, y lo pueden ver aquí perfectamente con esta línea azul. No mames, dibujazos. Con esta línea azul, no estando por encima de la línea azul en los 450, tenemos más probabilidades de caer. Una vez que te lleves los 424, el mínimo de tu vela pasada semanal, sabes perfectamente que vas a ir a buscar un nuevo mínimo, y el nuevo mínimo como mínimo va a estar probablemente en los 383. Y no te los va a dar instantáneamente. Si tiene que pendejear a todo el mundo todavía, que es una gran oportunidad de compra, donde probablemente encuentres tantito fondo antes de continuar, 414. Después de 414, lo único que siguen son los 400 planos, y de ahí a los 370. Una vez que rompas esta zona a la baja, sabes que vas a ir a buscar precios muy interesantes, y si no te atraparon aquí arriba, ya chingamos y nos va a ir muy bien otra vez. Pero si te atraparon aquí arriba y este setup de volatilidad semanal da a la alza, pues bien, bien por ti. Pero por ahorita no se está viendo bien la cosa. Voy rápido a la diaria, donde también la volatilidad está preparando un setup potente de volatilidad, y pueden ver que simplemente de acá tenemos un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo, un bajo y un bajo más bajo, y es por eso que es crítico. Te llevas los 4.24.20 a la baja, te llevas el promedio del 100 también a la baja, y tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 386, una vez más intentando salvar este mínimo. ¿Por qué? Para que haga lo mismo que Bitcoin. Güey, estamos en una tendencia alcista, y meta a todo el mundo acá. Ideas. Ni longs, para nada. Cortos. Cada que vengas, 450, 460, corto, 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 corto. Lo dijimos 1000 veces acá, para que no se lo pierdan. Así que Tesla continúa en su tendencia bajista, pero en las tendencias más grandes continúa siendo muy, muy, muy alcista. Simplemente estamos combinando un poco de especulación, un poco de las noticias. Estamos viendo que todo el mundo es positivo en Tesla. Hay muchas cuentas de bots diciendo, voy a agregar en Tesla en los 500 dólares, la verga, lo que te dice exactamente lo que va a pasar, en mi opinión, a mi gusto, lo que yo leo en el mercado. ¿Ok? También me gusta que la bolsa esté en rojo en lo que cripto está en verde. Me encanta. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que efectivamente va a haber un cambio por acá de tendencia, y quiero que vean el VIX, ¿eh? El VIX tiene un setup de volatilidad a la alza, empujando en la diaria encima del 200, objetivos siguientes 18.83. Probablemente este cripto rally también sea afectado por él, pero por ahora yo sé que cuando el mercado se dé la vuelta, esto va a ser lo que va a sufrir primero, y me pone muy emocionado todo lo que estamos jugando en este momento. Las tablas están, guys, check out the VIX, by the way. On the daily, you got a little volatility setup going on, just a little. Looking good. Weekly, no. 2 week, no. Preparing it. All right. Nada mal, ahí lo tienen, Tesla. 450, 460, corto. Invalidaciones, simplemente los altos que habías hecho antes, acá, para que lo tengan bien medido. Sea aquí, sería tu invalidación en los 450, 458, y la de 460, tu invalidación sería 469. Arriba que venga a cerrar este gap es donde dices, ya valió verga. Este gap debería ser una trampa. ¿Ok? Para que lo tengamos en mente. ¡Listo! ¡Listones! De lo de Venezuela no se preocupen. Todavía no mando lo de la lana y todo eso. Tengo que primero cerrar estructura legal. Si no tengo una estructura legal, no puedo crear la oferta. Necesito que me quede perfectamente eso. Y no es que no lo entiendas, bastante sencilla. Simplemente es que todo pase. Y ya. Vale, pues. All right, Mr. Farjano. You go in, circles next. Pretty simple one.
Time to go in the circle.
Time to go in a circle.
We're going in. Alrighty. So we're going to start with the 2 week because that's the only one that we have enough data for on the HPDR, and we are getting that back test of that 5 EMA that we are looking for on that last time we looked at circle, and the retest of that 38.2%. And the conditions were for higher was either getting a close over the 38.2% or a close over that 5 EMA. And as of now, we are just getting solid rejections of both that 38.2% and that 5 EMA, and that we're back below the bottom 38.2%. This is right on the edge of a breakdown. This is going to close in about 2 days and 4 hours. And if you do close below that 38.2% at $84.39, this is likely going to come back down and revisit at least the 78.6%, which right now sits at around $70. And this is going to be the area where I do think you're going to get your breakdown, and finally you're going to get that move that we were looking for with the sweep of these IPO lows at around $60, $64. And then once we sweep those lows, then I'll feel like it's in more of a position to possibly get a reversal. As of now, without having swept the lows, I feel like it's more of a trap for people who think there's going to be an ever so slightly higher low. I mean, you did get a pretty respectable bounce from this low here of around 40%, but that. I think that it's more, I don't want to say healthy, but more fucky to take out this low here, take out basically everybody to the long side, get everybody short, because I'm pretty sure once you take out the IPO lows, people are going to think this is going to go towards zero, and then you just run it back turbo and take out all of the liquidity on the long side and take out all the liquidity on the short side. Right now, 2 week momentum is pointing down right at the edge of entering into the bearish control zone with volatility very close to expanding. Go to the weekly. Weekly is also giving you another rejection of your weekly 9 EMA. This is has been a very significant area all the way through. Here you had your initial rally into the IPO. Then when you lost the 9, you came back at a retest, and you've been holding around this area. This has been your resistance zone or a deviation zone to lower prices all the way through. So right now you are getting once again a retest or a rejection of your 9 EMA, and now you're below your 5. So if you do close below the 5, that gives you a move down to the top 38.2%, right around $76. And at that point, it becomes a real possibility to get a breakdown, because if you start to lose $76, you're going to come down to 50 or whatever the 38.2% is at that time. Right now it's at $54, and that would be a sweep of our current lows. Let's go. Weekly is currently positioned to the upside, but it's getting very extreme, and it is right at the areas where we found our lower high every single time previously. And it comes with the rejection of our 9 EMA. 5-day also positioned to the upside on momentum, getting very extreme. This is the most extreme 5-day momentum has ever been, with volatility expanding. And you're also getting a rejection of your 5 EMA on the 5-day. 2-day is currently, I believe it's pointing up. Yeah, it's still pointing up with volatility currently expanding, and the 2-day jewel is still under neutral, hasn't flipped to buy just yet. And you're getting a rejection of your 21, and you're back below the 38.2%. So if you do close like this, you're likely going to get a little bit of a move down and tap that median. There's still some hopium that around $78 you could get a bounce over that median. And if you do hold the median on a closing basis, then you're likely to make another attempt at these highs. Close below the median, that's going to confirm your breakdown. You're going to attempt towards 60s, retesting your current low for a little bit of a bounce, and then probably going to sweep that low. Daily is now freshly flipping down, going along with the idea of local topping put in somewhere around here, with volatility now contracting and the daily jewels losing the buy signal, and you're losing the rejecting the top 38.2%. As of now, you are getting a slight bounce from the median. So if you do close above this area, maybe you'll get another test at that $88 area. You close above there, then you can get a test for higher prices to fill this gap around the $100. Lose the median, you can front run that breakdown to somewhere around the 60s. 4-hour currently flipped up, although does look like it's about to flip back down right at the edge of the bearish control zone. I mean, the bullish control zone, with volatility expanding, and the 4-hour jewel is still on the buy signal, but this is not a very strong buy signal. And you're once again losing the 38.2%, bringing you down to somewhere around $80. So once you start to lose that, it's cooked. Let's go to Versailles. Whenever I see a company with group in their name, I always think of, we're so serial. We're a bunch of serial people doing serial things.
Nah, group does it for you. Capital is what does it for me. When I see the word capital on anything,
That too.
Yeah, capital is a strong signal because there's so many people in the NFT world that it's like, dude capital, or like notebook capital, or retard capital. They're all capital, and they're all capitally broke. It's crazy.
No possibility of divergences either, because you're making lower lows on both price and RSI. Is there no possibility here either? Zoom in. Another lower low. 3-day currently still has multiple drives of bullish divergence still active, 3 drives. This will be active as long as you're closing over $79.30. You have hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bearish control zone and the neutral zone. The next level is going to be the bullish control zone, which sits at about $100. And that only becomes actionable once you get a close over about $91.20. $91.30 actually. And $100 will be a rejection over 21 most likely. Also fills this gap, and if you were to draw a little bit of a meme line right around here, this does seem to be an important area. This is where you, on your IPO, you got to move down, and then you got some busting action from there. This is where you, once you close below, you got your bearish retest, and then you dump some more. And that becomes actionable once you get close over 91.30, and this would be your next target on your bullish divergence. 2-day also still has bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $79.30, same number. Next target is right around $101 with close over 91.30. Daily also has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. It will be active as long as you're closing over $80.59, and your next target is around $87. 4-hour currently has a multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $83.08, and your next target on that divergence is around $78.80. Interesting, that's the top 38.2%, with 4-hour volatility on many periods of 0%. And 2 hours now also putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, going along more with the idea of local top in, and this will confirm with any close below $84.66, and that'll give us a target towards $78. All lining up with the HBDR levels of $78 to $80 as well. With a slight possibility of making a higher low at $78 to $80, I'm just leaning more towards the side that you're going to break down, going along with the more macro trend. But if you do hold $78 to $80, then you're going to bounce towards 101. Momentum. Look to nothing, no enough data. All right, we got enough data from here. Weekly is currently flipped to the upside. It's going to remain flipped up. Actually, you might have enough. No, you don't. Weekly is going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $81.70. And you're still within the critical zone to the downside. 5-day also flipped up as long as you're closing over 83.26 with volatility contracting. 2 days currently freshly flipped to the downside, going along with the idea that the local top is in at the very least for a higher low, and you are getting a rejection of your bullish control zone, and you're getting a lower high, no divergences here, and you are flipped down as long as you're closing below $84. Daily is also flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 81.46, which you are slightly above right now. So you got about 3.5 hours left to go, and you are now making your way into the bearish control zone, making it more likely this is going to flip down on the daily. I believe daily volatility is now starting to expand as well with the momentum flip down. And 4 hours currently freshly flipped to the downside with volatility at many periods of 0%, and the candle is turning quite ugly now, and it is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $83.19, and you're getting a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone. And 2 hours also flipped to the downside with volatility expanding. It's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 85.32. So on the high time frames, this thing is still mega bearish. You're just getting a rejection from the exact same area we were looking to get a rejection from, that 38.2% and that 5 EMA. And as long as you do close like this, you are likely to, based on the high time frames and the low time frames, to get a move down from here to tap somewhere around 78 to 80 bucks. There's a possibility that you can hold that 78 to $80 area on a closing basis. You want to close at the very least a 4-hour basis over that area, but preferably if you tap that area, you want to close dailies over that area. And if you get a 4-hour close below that area, you can run that. You can front run that breakdown towards somewhere around $60 to $58. If you maintain closes over that area and you form a local bottom by closing over the previous candle's wick high, then the 2-day and 3-day bullish divergences will come into play, and then you'll target somewhere around $100 to $101 from there. Either way, whether you top out here or you top at around $100 to $101, that might be slightly more likely because you do have a little bit of a gap in that zone. It's not really going to make any difference on the high time frames. It's just going to maintain the downtrend, and I'm looking from there to get to have that initial IPO low swept, and then I'm more open to the idea of a reversal from there.
Very nice, senor. We got salamis right after. Let my screen show.
Give me a salami sandwich, eh?
Give me hey, let me get a little salami sandwich over here. Hey, put ketchup on it.
Put some gabagoo.
I can't believe people put ketchup on so much shit. I used to love it as a kid, but it's because of the sugar. Now that I grew up and I know what it is, and I see people putting fucking, and by the way, it's delicious, don't get me wrong, on your eggs, on steak. Way to ruin a steak, by the way.
Seeing people put ketchup on eggs disgusts me, and I have to see it every morning.
Oh man, well, that's what relationships are.
It's true though. It's true though. I mean, once you realize what's in ketchup, it is not even worth. You should just use mustard instead. It's more macro friendly because ketchup is just sugar sauce.
100,000,000%. Yeah, I never eat ketchup anymore. Sadly, all the joy in my life has gone out the window, guys. So let's keep trading.
It's okay. You can replace that joy with some nice thick cut bacon.
Oh, dude, fucking love bacon. So good. It's very good for me. Makes me strong. Yeah, right.
Some delicioso tocino.
It is fucking amazing. Yeah. One of God's foods. He invented bacon for that reason. I remember that part in the Bible. All right. Either
God's chosen food.
God, there's a segment of God's recipes. Imagine if God was like an influencer and he just did like all of those things like that and left them on the Bible.
God's chilaquiles verde recipe.
There's also the one where he like does dances outside of like important places. The one that makes me want to kick people in the face now is when there's someone like a lady chopping onions and then she posts text that's completely controversial, like she'll go with Donald Trump has a small dick and this and that, and she's just chopping onions. What are you doing? What the fuck is this? Are you a background? Like what? Okay, that's it. All right, boys. Thank you.
Are you a background? That's funny.
It's so weird, dude. It's so fucking weird. I don't understand. I really don't understand people anymore. That's odd.
Oh, wonderful. We're seeing more bad news that tells us higher. Fed's Cash Kari says crypto is basically useless for consumers.
We're going to $1 billion on Bitcoin.
Why so bearish?
But you see, right now, when it's going up, has Michael Saylor came out and hinted at buying more Bitcoin or told us that he bought more Bitcoin? No.
He's
He
waiting
only
for
does
higher
it
to
when,
buy.
when we're going down. He's like, Michael Saylor's hinting at the fact that he's going to buy Bitcoin. Who's with Michael Saylor on the weekend? Is he like just looking at a chart in front of people and then people go and report on X? He doesn't have vacations, I assume, because every Sunday there's someone leaking that Michael Saylor's about to buy Bitcoin. I mean, it's honestly so funny that people still fall for these things. It proves to me how stupid we are and that I need to do something with my life to take advantage of those stupid people because I feel left out. I feel fucking left out.
That's true.
Listen, Alex, if people already call me a scammer for nothing, for having different businesses, I put out a water, I'm a scammer. I put out a mezcal, I'm a scammer. I put out a fucking free trading 3 times, it's a scam. I do whatever, it's a scam. I might as well fucking scam them. I just need to figure out a good one.
Just a good
like
one.
a good one. Because people think
either way, you're a scammer.
Say it again.
Either way, you're a scammer.
That's what I'm saying. So I might as well
paid.
do it. My problem is I need to scam him for a lot of money. This is what they don't understand. When they think like, oh, this guy's scamming me with his course for $29. It's 3 of us to begin with, right? So I'm keeping what, $30? No. Out of $30, I would have what's $10.
$10.
So I'm that's what depresses me, that people think I'm scamming them for $10, $20, even $200,000. If I'm going to scam y'all, it's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars.
As we also sit here for 4 hours, 3 times a week, just, looking at charts.
It's a scam.
It's a scam.
It's a scam.
For free too. That's free, by the way.
Yeah, it's a scam. When I post the Discord, people go, don't go into his Discord. It's a scam. I'm like, okay, sounds good.
Free Discord.
It's literally free.
Boys, I wake up in the morning, and as soon as I open my eyes, I'm like, what kind of scam am I going to fucking get everyone with? As I'm making my breakfast, I'm just contemplating what the scam of the day will be. Then I work out so that I can become stronger at scamming people. And then I finally get into the scams.
Oh, you're Ed from Ed, and Eddie.
That's right.
God.
Oh, the fantasy world where people live, it's fucking incredible. But they do deserve it. They do deserve to get scammed because they're falling for these things. So at some point, I will get my hundreds of millions of dollars scamming them.
These are the same guys who will then go and give someone who says, I will not DM you first in their name all their life savings.
Oh, absolutely. By the way, absolutely. They're so fucking stupid. That's why I'm saying we should do it. Perhaps. Well, I should do it. I'm not including you guys. I want to scam everyone on my own. So that when they call me scammer, and by the way, they think I'd shy away. If I already have hundreds of millions of dollars from scamming people, I'd be like, I would sell T-shirts that say #1 scammer.
Yeah, honestly, though.
Yeah, I'd be proud of that. I'd be proud of that. So for now, keep calling me that so they keep giving me more reasons to scam you all, motherfuckers. Give me more.
Andrew Tate can be top G and you'll be top S. Top scammers.
Oh, my God. What a world. What a world. All righty. Circle, you're doing Salamis next. All righty. And Alex, you're doing Atmos Energy. Perfecto. Estamos viendo Circle, una de mis favoritas, damas y caballeros. Por el amor de Dios, no me escriban y me digan, güey, ¿me puedes decir cuál es tu objetivo? ¿Cuándo vas a comprar? ¿Qué vas? Ya les dije, no tengo ni puta idea. Me voy a esperar a ver cuando me tiren las malas noticias de esto en la caída. ¿Han visto malas noticias de Coinbase o de Circle estando aquí abajo? No. No. Solamente veo buenas noticias de cómo las monedas estables se van a convertir. Bueno, y ahora la gente lo puede decir en fuerte, ¿no? Cómo las monedas estables se van a hacer al dólar más fuerte. Ya lo empiezan a decir, ¿no? Entonces, eso sigue siendo bajista para esto. El día que digan las monedas estables ya no funcionaron, es cuando compramos esto, ¿ok? Entonces, eso, que me digan, güey, pon esto en Discord. Entonces, dejo de hacer videos y solamente le mando todos los trades ganadores en Discord. Nel. Lo que me gusta hacer es videos y contar pendejadas y decir estas estupideces que estoy diciendo. La ganancia de dinero para ustedes es gratis solamente por aguantarme, ¿no? Como mi mujer. Así que es la manera de ver esto. Por ahora, Circle continúa siendo bastante bajista. Habían tenido su IPO, llegó hasta los $300 y este IPO salió en los 69. Qué puta elegancia de Francia. Hizo más de un 3X, se fue a los $300 y desde entonces ha tenido un pequeño colapso de máximo 78%, hasta ahora 72%. Para mí, el número interesante está por ahí de los 33, pero se los he dicho 1000 veces. 1000 veces. Voy a empezar a comprar esto sin que me den malas noticias de cripto y de cómo no el dólar va a funcionar. No, voy a esperarme. Esta es una clara tendencia bajista en la de 2 semanas. No voy a poner una tabla mensual, sería ridículo porque habría 3 velas. Tenemos altos, altos más bajos y pues bueno, bajos más bajos en toda la tabla. Estamos por debajo de nuestro promedio del 5, debajo de nuestro promedio del 9. No, estamos justamente por encima de nuestro promedio del 5 en este momento, en los 81, 84. Está cotizando en 82. Pero lo que más tiene cara es de que va a haber continuación. Puede que ya hayamos visto el tope aquí y esto es lo que nos va a dictar eso. ¿Ok? Es lo que estamos buscando. Después de altos, digamos que buscas el bajo. Después de un bajo buscas el alto. Por ahora, ¿qué hemos tenido? Bajo, alto. Bajo, alto. ¿Y cuál es el siguiente bajo? El de acá. La pregunta es, ¿este es el siguiente alto o fue este? ¿No? Cualquiera de estas dos. Creo que el verde es más fuerte, esta que llegó a 88. Si este es el siguiente alto, es mucho más bajo que los demás y básicamente lo que continuaría es un bajo. Pero pueden también notar cómo esto está haciendo esto, ¿no? Y además de esto, cuando volteamos a ver este gráfico, en la diaria, podemos ver que nuestra volatilidad está preparando un movimiento putísimamente agresivo. En la diaria, este es literalmente el punto más bajo de toda la historia en esta tabla. Y ahorita, recuerden, no contamos y no voy a ponerme a especular, aunque estoy justamente a punto de especular y hacer lo que les estoy diciendo que no voy a hacer, pero lo voy a hacer para confundirlos. Hasta que no suba del 15% que está acá, no voy a considerar que esto está expandiendo, pero empieza a apuntar para arriba. Y en lo que está apuntando para arriba, esta velita inocentita, ¿no? ¿Vieron? Apuntó para arriba y esta madre bajó. Lo que me dice, puede que esto esté a punto de darnos ya un setup de volatilidad, pero a la baja. ¿Qué es lo que ha servido como rechazo todo este tiempo? Y ahora, aquí puedo hacer un argumento también para ser alcista, ¿eh? ¿Por qué? Estás encima del promedio del 9. Estás literalmente, no habías tocado el 34 desde acá, desde octubre 28. Luego veniste, lo tocaste una vez, rechazo. Lo tocaste una, pero te quedaste más ahí. Lo estás tocando otra. Yo pensaría que esta tercera nos debería de dar más chances a venir al 55 en los 92. Entre los 90 y por ahí de los 95-80 tenemos un gap. Pienso que, bueno, Farham piensa, y yo también lo sigo con ello, que podríamos ver un movimiento así, después continuar la caída. A fin de cuentas está, ¿cómo se dice? Consolidando alcistamente si lo estás viendo de abajo y esa es una trampa. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que primero nos tendría que dar? Este movimiento para arriba y después ir para abajo. Aquí no hay nada, no hay una sola cosa más que un movimiento repentino y rápido a la zona de los 95 hasta los $100 tal vez, que nos diga que esto es alcista. Nada. Momento está apuntando para abajo. Todo está apuntando para abajo. Y ahorita, ¿dónde entro en el trade? Estás en medio del rango, tío. Ven, siempre lo que platicamos, encuentra tu rango, tradea el rango antes que todos. Encuentra tu rango y tradea el rango antes que todos. Estás en medio del rango, tío. Ni para arriba ni para abajo, te esperas. Güey, pero quiero acumular y para arriba. Si quieres acumular de una vez, pues puedes. Yo creo que va a haber mejores oportunidades, pero puedes. No tiene nada de malo. Si estás haciendo un trade, no lo hagas. Estás en medio. ¿Qué necesitas para invalidar a la baja? 91.18. A la alza, 74.61. Literalmente en medio de los números. Por ahora, lo que nosotros pensamos es que si algo llega a ocurrir tendrías que tener un cierre arriba de 85. Arriba de 85 te llevaría a retestear los 88. Si puedes romper los 88, ya por fin vas a tener un buen chance a venir a buscar estos 92. Pero por ahora lo que parece es que hiciste este alto, bajo, alto, más alto, y ahora vas a buscar un bajo que puede ser más engañoso para continuar. Siempre y cuando consolides de esta forma en algo que tiene que ver con cripto es bajista. Ahora, esta tabla no tiene tanta información. Lo que sí tengo es cuando empezaste a consolidar, no, es que toda la tabla ha consolidado para abajo. Toda. A la verga, toda. Es un hombro, cabeza, hombro fácil de ver. A la baja. Así que Circle continúa en su tendencia a la baja. Mr. Alex, we're ready for Atmos or whatever the fuck that is.
Some ATO, and honestly, the chart that just goes up, very bullish chart if you view it on like the monthly, which we will. But for me, we're now in like a chop zone here, which is very interesting to see because really we're just putting in lower highs in the midst of this chop zone. I think this chart's very easy to gauge if this is bullish or bearish. And for me, it's all based on the weekly 9. If you get back above the weekly 9, you will start making a move up towards that 175, 179 region. But if you start rejecting here, this is a legitimate concern if you're bullish, because this could just be putting in the next major lower high off of the weekly 9, a place we've been putting in weekly lower highs. It's very important to gauge that. Before we even looked at this, we identified the volatility in the daily and 2-day. Very much a possibility here of a big move brewing, just based on this extreme read on the 2-day. 4 sessions, so 2, 4, 6, 8 days of just 0% volatility. That should give us a move up or down. Now, confluence of the weekly EMA 9 being reclaimed and why it's an easy perspective also is based on this 2-day. You simply start getting back above that 170 region and holding it. Well, now you've taken out the last major lower high, you're back above the weekly 9, and you're opening, the possibility of going all the way back up to this range higher on 179. But until then, it's very hard to be bullish here when you're just putting in very obvious lower highs. You can make the bullish argument all day if you want, but until this actually breaks bullish on the weekly and even the 2-day here, it's just going to be playing into bear's hands. So you have to be very aware of that. This is still a major resistance spot at 169.34. And really, you have to be aware that 2-day EMA 34 has been the last major rejection zone on this consolidation here. So you just want to be aware this is at resistance. Now, the monthly is bullish, and it's been bullish, but this is why it's better just to wait and watch, because you still are in the zone where potentially November's low is being flipped into resistance. Until you actually get a reclaim, it's just going to be a little tricky. You can easily see that once this gets back over that 169.34, or like I said on the weekly 170, you very easily can start pushing up on the monthly. Now, something to note on this monthly is, well, you've just been really bottoming off the 9. Now, you've now hit the monthly 9. It's the first retest in a while. I mean, multiple months, honestly, since July, the last one. So you do have to look at that if you are bullish as kind of the footing ground. And so then really bulls should have no issue getting back up 170 going into February. Because look at this. This is just very easily holding the moving averages. If I even take the 55 off, you can just see how well it respects the EMAs on the monthly. And it's been like that for a while. I mean, look at this entire move up. And then for a short period, you lose the 34, you start breaking down. Here again, some chop. Then once you get back above, it's just straight up. So yeah, very bullish chart on the monthly, but you are in a tricky spot here, playing right into November's low essentially, but holding August's closing. So you can just see it's just forming a range here on the monthly. But that's why I think the trade's worth watching on the daily, 2-day, and weekly. Going more onto the daily, if we throw the 55 on, it was the daily actually. You are in a silver cross to the downside, but you have hit the 55. So this at least gives you confluence that, once you really start breaking 170s, you will be in a trend shift. You will be more bullish, assuming it actually continues to hold above that 169.34. Because this is still on the bearish silver cross with the volatility setup, hitting resistance. You just want to be aware of that. But again, very simple perspective to know where you're wrong if you're bearish and where you can easily flip bull. Very easy chart, specifically when all the levels are lined up right in that 169, 170 zone. So that's basically it. If this starts breaking down, confluence of a breakdown will simply be taking out essentially January's low here. If it takes out the low at 164.50, you'll start aggressively moving down towards 150s. And then that'll be the 2-day and daily volatility setup firing off. So in a big zone here, honestly, it's worth just waiting and watching. Because even if the daily, let's say, gets to reclaim, you would actually want to see 2 to 3 closures above that 34. We can't act like, this can't do deviations to the downside in the midst of this downtrend. Absolutely can. So if you're bullish, you're just kind of looking for this. And then a move up, or ideally a pop today, trend shift, consolidation, higher low, move up. Bearish though, yeah, you're just simply gauging this. As long as you're under the lower highs, this is just an easy short because it's a very easy invalidation. Take this high out at 170.11. Yeah, this will be in a trend shift, and then you'll have to look at the throwback scenario. But until then, just be aware of kind of what we're testing, which is the weekly 9. You're chopping between the 34 and the 9 right now. And until one of those breaks, you're really not going to get a move. Luckily for us, once you take out January's low, you will be taking out the weekly 34, putting it in a sell. And this will be a massive shift to the downside that we really have not seen since July of 2024. So that's kind of an easy perspective for bears on, well, when you really can get an easy short on this. Look like this, and then you just break down. But until then, watch very carefully. Weekly 9 reclaim or a weekly EMA 34 loss. And it will start on the daily here. Right, if this starts rejecting, more likely a move back down to that 168, 167, and then you just have to play level to level. Once you break that 166, all eyes on January low, essentially. Yeah, the low in January. It's a better way to put it. But that's all I have on this chart. ATO. Watch the daily silver cross. I think that'll be an easy perspective with the downtrend.
What is this? Atmos. So it's an energy company indeed. Oh, it's gas distributors. See, this thing has been doing very Bitcoin things. I don't know if you can see my chart. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So it goes down to go up, 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 goes really down to go up. It seems like it. You have a volatility set up on the daily. This is, and by the way, you're following natural gas. Natural gas today open at like a 10% down. I think you're at the bottom of this. Did it already take that out? It's close or a double bottom, not gas.
Same with ATO. It's very close to a trend shift to the upside, just not there yet.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's those two are lined up. They're in important spots. But yeah, honestly, I don't know much about energy, like natural gas and stuff.
I just think energy, what they sold us on the fact that Venezuela, blah, 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 the oil, that's actually bullish because it's another bad news when the price of oil was coming down. I think oil is going to 70s, 77. 1 second. Where's oil? US oil should be here. Yep.
Oh, well.
Like at the very least, you're going 64, but I think you're going 71, 77. I think you're coming here, the $76 mark.
And you saw, I think, have some pretty higher, like a 2-week, I think, volatility set up on oil.
Yeah. I invested on in an energy company, and right now that shit is on fire. They're even going to IPO. This is the first time I've invested in something that's going to IPO from the start. So soon I won't be talking to you, plebs.
That's interesting.
Oh man, and right now it's like the perfect time for this because there's a humongous shortage of energy through AI, and it's only getting worse. So that was the bottom, I think, in oil. And I think this is basically a double bottom on nat gas. Yep. And then ATOS is probably going to continue to rip. ATO.
So maybe ATO gets that trend shift then. Because
very close.
ATO is more close bullish than bearish, truly. Once you break 170.11, you just simply hold 169.34 and you'll go up. So it's it's like on the cusp of a bullish move. Very close.
Yep, it's right there. Well said, sir. Thank you so much.
So,
Much
you guys hear about how the former mayor of New York City launched a meme coin to combat anti-Semitism and then rugged it for like $3.4 million?
Hang on. I knew my guy sent that because one of you guys sent it on the chat.
Yeah,
but I didn't know that it was, I didn't know that it was to combat anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
What?
That was the whole purpose of his coin, was to combat anti-Semitism, and then he rugs it for $3.5 million or 3.4, something like that.
I mean, the people who got rugged absolutely deserved it.
Oh, absolutely.
Because how can you fight
Why?
anti-Semitism with a coin? If you give me one example. Give me just one example. You see why these people need to be fucking scammed?
They deserve to lose all their money.
Like, why do you think a coin is going to be like anything? What the fuck? That is incredible. That is absolutely incredible.
Another funny clip came out today of some white woman in the airport, walking out of the airplane, like harassing him, and he turns around and says, "Go fuck yourself. I'm not the mayor anymore."
No way.
Hilarious. I'll send it later.
That's fucking amazing. Whatever's going on in the world is incredible. As long as I don't participate and I see you guys from a distance, it's amazing.
If you would have spoke like that when he was the mayor, I might have supported him.
Absolutely. I would have actually voted for him. I would have moved to New York, voted for the dude, and then come back. Oh my God, that's incredible. Ok, vamos rapidísimo a hacer ATO. ATO es Atmos Energy Corporation. Esto tiene que ver con gas, es un distribuidor de gas. Ahora, justamente estábamos diciendo esto. Quiero que vean este gráfico de lejos, ¿ok? Pueden verlo arriba que está creando una vela topera, etcétera, ¿no? Pero cuando volteas a ver el gas natural, tío, el gas natural está aquí abajo después de formar esta vela súper topera, pero ahora tienes lo que parece ser la reversa. La energía, y esto es el tema de este video, parece que estamos entrando en lo que va a ser una crisis de energía. Y esto no me sorprendería nada si esta vela, que todavía faltan 2 meses y cacho para cerrar, regresar a los $3.44, $3.45, donde empecemos a ver la reversa de esto, como en el petróleo. El petróleo es el primero, y esto es justo lo que estábamos diciendo. Veniste y tocaste la línea meme. No te la llevaste como en el 2015 o en el 2020, pero la veniste a tocar, ¿ok? Y de acá, en esta línea meme, tienes el promedio del 100. Lo has perdido muy pocas veces, o sea, esto literalmente tiene cara de esto. Y ahora esto debería reventar a los 77. No le estoy diciendo 150, $300, etcétera, pero en la trimestral, con esta vela verde, tienes literalmente volatilidad expandiendo ante la vela verde. Y esto te debería de dar, me imagino que si pongo el HPDR nos va a dar algo loco para ver exactamente. Del 78%, tu siguiente movida es al 61.8% en 70. La parte baja de la zona azul está en 80. Esto es algo que yo sí creo que se va a dar ahorita. Y pues, una vez más, es justamente lo que les conté al principio de este video. Y yo invertí en una empresa de energía y estábamos justamente platicando con ellos ayer de la necesidad por energía en este momento en el planeta. Es la mejor inversión que pude haber hecho en mi vida. En fin, ya lo vimos acá. El gas natural, personalmente, después de haber llamado piso por acá, ¿recuerdan quién compró esto con el tío Salo? El fondo del fondo. Y ahora tenemos lo que parece ser otra oportunidad. No es tan oportunidad de oro en estos momentos, diría yo. Si ponemos esto ya así bonito, debería recuperar esta línea de tendencia para poder continuar y simplemente está haciendo un SFP a la baja. Es lo que yo creo. Vamos a ver gas natural, 3 meses. La mensual me dice que en realidad estoy mal, que esto debería de estar cayendo, pero tengo un mes tengo la mitad de este mes para que cierre esta tabla, así que voy a poner atención y tener cuidado. Lo que podríamos hacer, por cierto, compren Lumen, lo que podríamos tener es un doble suelo para después continuar. A menos, ahora, esto lo tengo que decir, la gente que está en gas natural y energía, es más, ¿saben qué? Lo podemos ver. El rally del 2022 hizo techo en marzo del 2022 en el petróleo, marzo del 2022, el gas natural, julio, básicamente lo mismo, va un poco más atrás el gas natural. Ok, el gas natural va un poco más atrás que el petróleo. Vientos, ahora entiendo, ok, según yo, ¿no? Vamos a esto. Esto lo estamos viendo, tendencia súper alcista en la mensual. La última vez que perdiste el promedio del 5 en un cierre fue acá en diciembre del 2024 y no pasó nada. Antes de eso, habías perdido el promedio del 5 acá, febrero del 2024 y no pasó nada. Pero acá sí, en septiembre del 2023. No hay como un patrón de mercado bajista como en todas las demás acciones. Tienes el flashazo del 2020, pero esto se mueve completamente diferente. Si también entiendes que Europa necesita el gas de Estados Unidos, probablemente esta empresa es americana, lo que te diga que ahora que vaya a ser tantito frío, tal vez nuestros amigos europeos vayan a gastarle un poco más y darnos un poco más de dinero aquí a Estados Unidos. Por ahora, por debajo del promedio del 5, no tenemos nada. Tienes para romper estructura alcista, literalmente tienes que caer de acá en los 160. Eso se llevaría este mínimo y ya podrías ir a buscar mínimo 154 hasta los 150, pero por ahora continúa siendo alcista. Volatilidad está contrayendo, había expandido después de esta gran subida y en la contracción misma también continuó subiendo y luego en la expansión de ahora, ¿qué fue? Nada, de lado y ahora nada, no nos dice nada. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas también tiene volatilidad cayendo rápido y con fuerza. En la de 2 semanas habíamos cerrado una por debajo del promedio del 9, cerramos otra abajo del promedio del 9.2 y esta va a ser la tercera. Este va a ser un momento crítico para la tabla. Cerrando por encima de estos, cuando sea, ya viste el fondo local y esto está consolidando para abajo. La consolidación de esta chingadera para abajo es alcista. Abajo, alcista. Abajo, alcista. ¿Me entiendes? Esto es como un cripto. Entonces, esto tiene cara que va a ser todavía alcista siempre y cuando recuperemos esto. Si no podemos recuperar los 169, tal vez no sea alcista de inmediato y tarde un poco más en desarrollarse como lo que estamos viendo con el gas natural. Semanal, habíamos visto justamente esto. Habías tenido el intento de expansión desde acá, no se dio. De acá a acá, no se dio. Y ahora está intentando darnos uno, pero no lo está dando. Una vez más, 169 es lo que estás buscando ahorita. Y una vez que te lleves los 169, 170, está muy cerca la invalidación alcista. Y ahora, la diaria. La diaria es la que te va a dar la pauta de todo, cabrón. Tienes volatilidad nula. Estás expandiendo desde acá. La última vez, nada, septiembre del 2025. Voy a poner mi línea meme tradicional aquí en el 15% para tener una idea de cuándo se va a dar. Y acá cuando veas esto moverse con el precio, que me imagino todavía va a ser al alza, porque ve, has cerrado todo esto por toda esta zona por debajo del promedio del 100, pero ahora lo vienes a retomar. Lo has retomado antes. Lo estás tomando menos, pero esta vela me gustó muchísimo la fuerza que lleva. Esto me indica que probablemente estés ante un patrón de reversión en esto. Estás por encima del promedio del 34 y solo te queda el 55 en los 169. Yo estaría checando esta tabla. ¿Quieres ser alcista? Lo único que tienes que hacer es cerrar por acá, arriba de los 169, 170 y eso te va a llevar a empezar a ir a los niveles. Si eres bajista, la idea es, puedes hacer un corto acá, y literalmente usar de invalidación 170.08, que es bastante riesgoso, o la de acá arriba 171.40. En sí el precio de esta madre no se mueve tanto, no es tan volátil. Esta es la única línea meme importante que tengo. Aquí abajo sería 166 la siguiente que pondría, pero pueden ver, son $6 de diferencia en 100. El promedio del 200 está en los 163. Déjenme ver cuándo fue la última vez que tocamos el promedio del 200. Probablemente nunca. Acá, 2024, sí puede llegar a tocarlo, pero si lo viene a tocar está en 163, se mueve muy poco esto. Atentos, alcistas por arriba de 169, 170, bajistas por abajo de, y es que velo, 168. Pierde tu promedio del 100, que esto sea un SFI, vas para abajo. Y mínimo te vas a llevar el 164, es lo que yo esperaría, porque sería un alto más bajo y para abajo. Aquí solamente influye tu bias, pero si te quieres esperar y tienes paciencia, la diaria es la que te va a dar la... Y parece que lo está haciendo literalmente ante la vela verde, sí. Esto tiene más cara de alcista que bajista, pero ahí tienen los trades súper fácil. Si quieres meterte aventurero en corto, que no lo recomendaría personalmente por lo rápido que está el nivelito, serían los 170 a 171. Quieres long en los 168, pero no puedes perder los 167. Pierdes los 167 y olvídate de esa idea. Ahí lo tienes. Alrighty. Sir, Solamis?
Yes, sir. A gabagool in my salami sandwich. A gabagool. Give me some gabagool. I'm an Italian mafioso.
Get some braciole. Un braciole. Braciole is a big sausage.
I like eat a big sausage.
I knew it. Aha. You saw that, Alex. He said it.
No, did
He
it?
said it out loud. He likes to eat
heard
the
it.
big Italian sausage.
I heard it.
Thank you.
Caught
Finally.
in 4K.
That's the only clip I'm going to show of you when we introduce ETA to anyone on a commercial. Join ETA. And then it's like Alex trading, me saying things and translating, and then you, I like to eat big Italian sausages.
We're an inclusive company. We don't discriminate against the LGBTQ.
Oh.
Forbes top 500 places to work.
Oh, imagine our HR department, if it existed, would be having a heart attack right now.
Every day, be like, please step to my office. We need to discuss about what you said in the live stream earlier today.
Oh, yeah. It would be within the live stream, several times within the live stream. Excuse me, sir. Can you please have someone else look at this? We're going to have to talk about this.
So legal really has an issue with the way that you said.
Yeah, always. It's like a TV show.
So we'll start with the quarterly. So you are getting momentum now, starting to tick back up right from the edge of the bearish control zone, but you are still, if you know, you are still below that moving average, so nothing has really changed. And if you do come up to this to tap that moving average, this is going to be pretty significant resistance, especially since the last time that we tried to tap the moving average, I tried to make a higher high, made a bearish retest pretty close to our current all-time highs, and there was a rejection of the moving average. So as you see, we're making a move up now after we've lost the 90 EMA. This is the first time that we have lost the quarterly 90 EMA in this entire bull market, and we are approaching the 5. Somewhere around this zone is going to be very strong resistance, along with momentum approaching that moving average. And once you get that closed, likely this is going to be a rejection, and then at that point, you're probably going to break into the bearish control zone. And the last time Solana broke into the bearish control zone was in the bear market, and it dropped from about $48 at that point to about $8. Pretty nice, pretty trinky low. And as of now, you are holding at the bottom 38.2%. So once you get that rejection, I am looking for this to drop below $120, and then that'll confirm the breakdown. And then you're going to be dropping towards somewhere around the 78.6% of my minimum, and that right now puts you at like $76 or $75. It's quite low. Our last major higher low is at $8, so this thing can really fall. Imagine it makes a higher low at 10 or 12.
Would be a piece of shit.
And then runs from there to like 500 or 1,000.
I mean, listen, Solana's absolutely going to make a pump on the next cycle, but why would anyone miss the Ethereum horse, dude? Like, they told you the entire financial system is on Ethereum, the new one, right? And that's what we're all betting on. You know what? I'm going to buy XRP. What the fuck are y'all doing? Why are you buying like Ethereum is going to fucking mega murder, I think.
It's called autism maxing. And it's an art. I'm not slamming liquor. I'm having a smorgasbord, and it's cultural.
It's called, yeah. What, Sharon? It's culture. No, he said it's classy and cultural, right?
It's classy and cultural. Blows the whistle.
While he's drinking all of them.
So also on the monthly, just like the quarterly, we are getting a bounce off that bottom 38.2% with momentum very close to flipping back up. But it's just like on the quarterly, what we're expecting is a test of that the 38 point, I mean that moving average, and then a rejection from that moving average. With volatility now going into a contraction phase, and also going along with the bearish point of view, is you're getting a fresh sell signal flashing on the jewel. So right now, I am looking for a move possibly into this 9 EMA on the monthly, which would be a little bit higher, somewhere around $158 to $160. But it's very unlikely you will reclaim that monthly 9, and likely of that after that, you are going to continue this little dump ski. You got kind of a little head and shoulders right here too, a little herp and derp. Let's go to the 2 week. 2 weeks currently flipped up with volatility contracting, and you are approaching that 38.2%. But this is in that same $160 area. First time you are retesting the 38.2% after getting a loss of it, and at that point, you're 30. The ranges will once you're trading at 38.2%, you can have a lot more to the downside to go. And what lines up with that $75 areas at this moment is 95%, sitting right around $70. Weekly is also flipped up with volatility contracting. Weekly is, I believe, weekly is now putting in possible hidden bearish divergence because we have taken out this high on momentum while price is making a lower high. And at this point, price was trading at somewhere around $200, and we are now like $70 or $60 below $200, which is, I think, somewhere around 20 to 30% below that while momentum took it out. So it's pretty significant drive of hidden bearish divergence, but you will need a close below $119.28 to confirm it. Once you do confirm that, you'll have a nice target down to somewhere around $85. And the weekly jewel is currently giving you a fresh buy signal, leaning more towards that you're, especially since you've closed over the median, that you're likely going to come up and test somewhere around this silver cross, which is around that same $160 zone. Same idea for Bitcoin. Except Bitcoin in the weekly hasn't silver cross data. 5-day only has. 5-day on
Bitcoin has the silver cross to the downside on the 5-day, but what?
But not the weekly.
Got it.
On the 5-day, we're also flipped to the upside with volatility now starting to tick up from 0%. And just like Bitcoin, this is forming multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence on the 5-day, and we're close to taking out the momentum the momentum peak that we formed on all-time highs, while price is trading a good amount below all-time highs. And this is the same idea as the weekly, a little bit higher, tapping the actual cross itself puts you around 150 to 160 bucks, and somewhere in that zone, you're likely going to get your rejection. 2-day also flipped up, getting very close to entering into the bullish control zone with volatility expanding. 2-day jewels playing out the pink over yellow cross in the bearish control zone, and you're currently over the 38.2%. If you do close over this level at $140, likely see a move into somewhere around this 100 EMA, right around that same $160 level. Well, somewhere between the 61.8% and the 100, that puts you at a range, that same range of around like 150 to 160 low zone. And daily also flipping back up on momentum, getting close to entering into the bullish control zone. Daily is currently forming bearish divergence, regular bearish divergence, because you are making a lower high on momentum with a higher closing high on price. This will require a close below $138.32 to confirm, and that'll give you a target down towards somewhere around $110 to $100 on confirmation. Right now, it is more looking like that it's going to enter into the bullish control zone because the first time around was a rejection. Need a close over 147.38 to confirm that, and then this will likely bust up to the 160s. 4 hour now freshly flipping down. Interesting to see that. Let's see what this close is. This is 146.17, and this one is 146.97. So there's bearish divergence here, and this will confirm with any close below. Let's see here, 143.49, and that'll give you a nice target down towards around 135. And the 4 hour jewels losing the buy signal, flipping into neutral. And this is the area where it would flip back around if you're going to be bullish, right at the cross, right in this zone here. And while there is bearish divergence on the HPDR momentum, there is not bearish divergence on the jewel. Makes it a little bit more optimistic. So right now, that move down will take you towards that somewhere around 140 zone, 142, 143. And if you can't hold this 21 in this median, then likely you're going to bust from there to 160. Lose that, then you're probably going to break down to 130s. Going to, actually, let's look at the Bitcoin pairing now. Right, quarterly still positioned to the downside with momentum starting to tick back up, about to tap the edge of the bearish control zone, but you're still well within the bearish control zone and you're still below the moving average. So whatever move you get up right now is likely just going to be a bearish retest, and now you're once again you're approaching your 21 after closing below it at many zeros 1.5. Monthly is also flipped. Monthly is currently flipped up with volatility starting to get above that moving average, below 15% at extreme lows. Yeah, it's about 9% currently, close to 10%. With monthly jewels losing the buy signal, flipping into a neutral, and we are currently we closed below the median as a rejection, but we opened above it, which does give us targets a little bit higher to tap somewhere around this 55 EMA to 9 EMA, around that same many zeros 1.5 to many zeros 1.6 area. And as of right now, you are forming some hidden bearish divergence because you have taken out this high while price is making a lower high. That will need a close below many zeros 13718 to confirm, and that gives you a target down here to many zeros 10. 2-week also currently flipping up, well, getting a bounce at the bottom 38.2% with volatility contracting to likely just going to be a lower high. And you still have this silver cross at the downside, which tried to uncross, but then just diverged. Weekly currently flipped up with volatility starting to tick up from 0%. Weekly jewels giving you a continuation on the buy signal, and you've gotten a close over the weekly median. So as of now, likely get a move down to tap that median somewhere around many zeros 149. And as long as you're holding over the area, you should see a move slightly higher to many zeros 1.5, so many zeros like many zeros 1.6. I mean, 5-day. Same look as the weekly. Close over the median, momentum pointing up. 2-day starting to flip down. Goes along with the idea of a slight little pullback to many zeros 149, many zeros 148, with that 9/21 cross. And you got a bullish cross with the pink over the yellow on the jewel in the bearish control zone. Daily currently flipped down, the volatility contracting, sell signal on the jewel plus the rejection area 38.2%. Goes along with the idea of slightly lower than that many zeros 148. And 4-hour also flipping down, bouncing off 38.2%. Start to lose this, it brings you to that many zeros 148 zone, that 100 EMA. Now let's check the other side. Oopsies. Nothing there. Put in a local top on the quarterly. Local top on the monthly as well. 2-week is about to put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm in 4 days as long as you close over $132, actually $144.89. And that will give you a target towards the simple moving average, or somewhere between the neutral zone and the simple moving average. That puts you between 152 and 171. Interesting. 160 sits right in between there. Nothing. 2-day currently still has active bullish divergence, but now you're about to tap the critical zone at 148. And 4-hour now has a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence, which will be active as long as you're closing over $143.67. And your next target is the critical zone, which currently sits at 159. Beautiful, right at 160. Let me check momentum. So quarterly momentum is freshly flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below about $200. Monthly is also freshly flipped down with volatility now starting to expand, and it is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 190, 150, and you're getting a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone. 2-week is also flipped down with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 171. Let's go down here, and you're entering into the critical zone too with volatility support. Weekly is currently flipped up with volatility contracting, so you're likely just going to make a lower high, and you're going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 123. 5-day also flipped up with volatility now at 0%, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 121. 2-day also flipped up with volatility expanding for many periods of 0%, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 136.50. Daily currently also freshly flipped up right at the edge of the critical zone, and volatility is back at extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $142.50. Daily is very close to giving you a silver cross up. 4 hours now freshly flipped down, going along with the idea of a little pullback, not much, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 146.50. Let's go down a little bit, and this is now going along with that idea that pullback to somewhere around that low 140s area would be the spot, with momentum on the 2 hour now freshly flipping back up, right at the edge of the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 146.39. So in the high time frames, just like Bitcoin, it is heavily in bearish control, with momentum freshly flipping down on the quarterly, getting a rejection of the bullish control zone. On the monthly, you're getting volatility expansion with the momentum flipping down, getting a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone. But on the low time frames, you are getting momentum starting to flip up. So if you do see a little bit of a move down, I'd expect somewhere around $138 to $140 hold. But as of right now, on the low time frames, you are making a local bottom at 145. So if that does confirm, that will take you towards somewhere around that $150 to $160 zone before that pullback, and somewhere around that 150 to 160 zone, I do think it's going to give you your projection, and then from there you should dump towards continue down towards somewhere around 130s first, and then your next level is somewhere between 100 and 110 for that psychological figure, and then somewhere around $75, which possibly could be your next bottom. I'm not sure. We have to see the reaction around that zone. Right now, looking for a little bit of a move up into a nice move down.
Yeah, that 74 bucks is such an important little area for salamis. If we don't hold that, we're definitely going to go and see something like relatively similar to what we saw in 2022, where like you were making fun of it. Like, what if Solana goes to like $11 now? Why not? I mean, it only went up like $50 more, right? Or like $40, whatever the fuck it was. Why can't he just be like really close to the bottom too? And there's more tokens now too, by the way, way more.
Oh,
there's
is there?
a 7% inflation on Solana's token distribution per year. So
I don't
that's
know
why
anything about
Ethereum
their
doesn't have inflation
tokenomics.
anymore. So I'm just saying, kids, Ethereum, not anything else. But you guys do whatever. Anything else you'd like to add before you go? We're good. We're good to go.
Beautiful. Nothing on my part. Just watch if we get any kind of pullback. 95.5 is the spot you'll want to see hold. If you actually want that busting action move to 100K, 95.5. And if you're bearish, you lose 95.5. That'll be kind of the start of, okay, are we going to start moving down to 92.2? So 95.5 is a big spot for me. It's kind of like for bulls and bears, they just want to see that either hold or get lost.
Well said, sir.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
I agree.
Perfecto. Mr. Farhano, Mr. Alex, thank you so much for everything. You guys have a fucking awesome Wednesday, and we'll be around.
Cool. See you, boys. Thank you.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Hasta luego. Bye. Vale, estamos viendo Solamis, damas y caballeros. Solana está haciendo lo mismo que Bitcoin, lo habíamos dicho también acá, desde los 137, nos subimos al tren del mame a los 146, ahí es donde me salí, simplemente porque íbamos a encontrarnos con el EMA 100, acá en los 150. Dije, no me voy a arriesgar allá, voy a detenerme por acá y pueden ver por qué, son zonas importantes para el precio. Pero por ahora, Solana, aunque en temporalidades altas se vea bajista, es alcista en cortas temporalidades. Lo mismo que Bitcoin, es el mismo pedo, ¿no? Vamos a empezar con la trimestral en Solamis para que vean a lo que nos referimos. Cerramos por primera vez debajo del promedio del 9 en nuestra última vela. La última vez que hicimos eso fue en enero del 2025 y después tuvimos aranceles en Solana. Fueron los aranceles más locos que ha visto Solana. El presidente Trump se los puso, pero, y yo sé lo que están pensando, güey, los aranceles no afectan a las criptomonedas, no tienen nada que ver. No, eso no fue lo que me dijeron en las noticias, así que todos los aranceles afectaron todo y Solana cayó hasta los $96. Fue un bajón bastante considerable, considerando que hemos estado en esta tendencia alcista desde entonces y nunca volvimos a regresar. Me acuerdo perfectamente este día, carajo. Y acá en los 117 no lo volvimos a hacer. Ahora, estamos haciendo esto, ¿no? Consolidar para arriba. Eso es negativo para cripto, lo sabemos perfectamente. En el ciclo pasado nos dio una vela topera que instantáneamente nos llevó al mercado bajista. Acá no nos ha dado más que esta vela topera. Y esta vela topera no ha tenido seguimiento. Cualquier cierre por debajo de 112 es lo que te dice que vas a ir a comer nepe en Solana. Lo interesante de Solana es que ha doblado el supply de cuántas monedas hay, pero el precio no cambia, ¿no? Que indica fuerza. Pero también tenemos que preguntarnos, porque si llegamos a perder los $83 y vamos para abajo, yo creo que de perder los 83 estaríamos ante la posibilidad de ver mínimo los 38 y de ahí tal vez un número cerca de lo que fue el bajón de Solana. Ahora, esto no me importa, no me interesa, no estoy esperándome a los $8 en Solana, $11, lo que sea. No. Solamente estoy poniendo hipotéticas por acá. Se me hace interesante, ¿no? Porque, güey, si subimos del año pasado, imagínate, ¿no? Muy a la XRP, invertiste en Solana en el 2021 en el tope. Solamente subió un 12% más. 12. Entonces vamos a pensar que del bajón acá en los $8, ¿cuál sería al revés, no? Debería ser al revés. Digamos los 14. No. Tendría que bajar como a $13, $11, un pedacito para que sea igual. Entonces, simplemente interesante. ¿Por qué Solana? Solana tiene también inflación en su moneda. Recuerden que Ethereum ya no. Solana sí. Solana todavía tiene un 7% de inflación. Todos ya entienden que es inflación a este punto. Entonces entienden la dilución. Y por ende, Solana debió de haber llegado a $600 en este ciclo. Pero la inflación de Solana fue lo que no le permitió llegar. Porque con el doble de supply, el doble de monedas, el precio empujó casi al mismo punto. Entonces, básicamente hubiera sido el doble. Pero no lo dio. Tokenomics, damas y caballeros. Por ahora estamos en los $147 en una tendencia bastante bajista y te voy a enseñar por qué. Tienes de acá para acá tu máximo e instantáneamente vienes a ser un bajo más bajo. Ahora, esto es consolidación, ¿no? Esto es el triangulito tradicional que estás viendo antes de irnos a comer mierda. Solana también en la trimestral tiene el punto de volatilidad más bajo en toda la historia. Va a ser interesante ver cómo se da, pero es bajista esa tabla. En la mensual tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro muy potente formándose hombro, cabeza, hombro. Y este hombro, cabeza, hombro, literalmente si lo usáramos nos daría un número negativo. No lo voy a usar, pero es bajista. Rompe el hombro, que son los 124 a la baja. Aquí estuviste a nada de hacerlo, pero rompes los 124 a la baja y vas a encontrarte rápido a los 107, 105 y de ahí que Dios te ampare si no aguantan los 83. ¿Ok? La mensual es bajista también, tiene estructura bajista con altos más bajos y tienes volatilidad expandiendo en realidad ante la caída, luego la bajada y luego la subida, por lo que no hay continuidad en ella. Acá lo que tenemos un comienzo de volatilidad literalmente dándose en la bajada y después continúa empujando en la subida, lo que señala, esto podría ser una corrección a menos de que volatilidad se haya flipado con esto. Siguiente objetivo, para que todos lo tengan bien marcado, 152, que es el promedio del 9, y de ahí el extremo son 163. 163. Esto podría llegar a ser una buena zona interesante de tope, al igual que los 153, para que lo tengan en mente. A mi gusto, estas chingaderas, las altcoins, para poder hacer todavía más culero, podría darse una vuelta hasta acá, casi a los 200 y rechazar. Y ahora van a decir, no mames, ¿cómo va a llegar tan alto? Si Bitcoin llega a los 111, esta madre va a 200. Y eso ya, imagínense Solana en 200, Bitcoin en 111. No todo el mundo va a estar de güey, a huevo, celebrando, chupando chichis, sacándose las bolas, lo que sea. No todo eso estaría pasando en ese momento para los alcistas. Y ahí es donde sería el mejor momento para meterse las dobladas. Ahora, una vez más, mi sueño mojado es ser el CEO de Bitcoin para poder hacer eso. Hasta ahora, lo único que puedo hacer es simplemente predecir, ver lo que está haciendo el CEO de Bitcoin. En la semanal tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja. Ahorita vienes a retestear el promedio del 100%, ¿no? Y está en 153, un poco más de confluencia esa zona del 153, 155 y tu extremo estando en los 163 aquí arriba. Esa sería la zona que todo el mundo esperaría rechazara. Personalmente pienso que podría ser más arriba. Simplemente tengo eso puesto acá. La diaria. Diaria también tienes volatilidad. Reiniciando, esto nos dice que está preparando un nuevo movimiento. Déjame rápido, veo en temporalidades más cortas, sí, exactamente. Está expandiendo ante la subida en la de 12 horas. ¿Qué me dices la de 4 horas? También, ¿qué me dices la de 8 horas? 8 horas fue la que me dio la pauta a mí en estos longs y justamente es eso, damas y caballeros. Pero tengo que decir, se está como cansando un poco. Parece que vamos a ver un poco el retesteo. Si vas a ver un retesteo en Solana abajo, va a ser probablemente por ahí de los 141 a los $137. ¿Ok? Yo pondría por la fuerza que lleva esta chingadera. Es más, esta madre me va a dar la pauta de todo eso. La siguió perfecta. Si yo llegara acá, 140 más o menos sería el buen retesteo. Ahora, 140 es para long, ¿ok? Te vas a meter, quieres entrar en Solana, no te vas a meter en un corto acá, tienes volatilidad expandiendo todavía en diferentes temporalidades, en temporalidades cortas. No te quieres meter en un long ahorita, no es como meterte en un long acá. Va a continuar subiendo. Uy, déjenme, voy a agarrar mi computadora y ver dónde está mi short. Denme un segundito, porque sí me voy a llevar una lana a casa. Denme un segundito. Gracias por su paciencia. Vamos a ver. ¿Qué tenemos por acá? Todavía no entran mis otras entradas. Estoy solamente arriba 10%. Lo voy a dejar correr. Lo voy a dejar correr, damas y caballeros. Esperaba un poco mejor el resultado por cómo se ve la vela, pero justo me faltó mi siguiente entrada. Así que vamos a esperar y dejar que corra. Si corre, una vez más, ¿qué espero con Bitcoin? Que venga esta zona 95.500 a 96.500. Ahí es donde puedes encontrar el siguiente long. Lo mismo en Solana. Estamos viendo Solana ahorita. Estás cayendo. ¿Dónde esperaría encontrar ese long en esta zona? En la de los 142 en realidad, acá. Pero lo que tomaría yo en cuenta es el S&P 200 en la de 8 horas está acá. Si rechazo, pum, pum, pum. ¿Qué quiere decir? Vamos a venir a testear el 200 y vámonos para arriba. 200 está en 141, por eso digo 140 sería la oportunidad perfecta para un longazo, una longaniza de Solana. Ahí lo tienen. Una vez más, no te quieres meter en corto ahorita porque tienes volatilidad apuntando para arriba. ¿Se puede voltear volatilidad? Claro que puede. Para el otro lado y puede empezar a bajar. Sí se puede, pero es más riesgoso. Es mucho más fácil ir con las probabilidades. Es lo que les digo. Hemos estado en una tendencia bajista y estamos en una tendencia bajista, pero entre la tendencia bajista tienes un prime, una ventana abierta alcista. Es lo que está ocurriendo en este momento. Tenemos que aprovechar cuando estás reconociendo antes que todos los demás este tipo de ocasiones. Y ahora, estoy dando un mal ejemplo porque estoy en corto de estos niveles, ¿ok? Pero este corto lo tenía ya hace cuánto tiempo planeado. Entonces, simplemente estoy usando niveles donde el precio haga esto y cuando vea que jaló lo suficiente para atrás es donde vendo. Lo que yo esperaría para vender mi corto en Bitcoin son un retroceso a 96.500, a 95.500. Es más o menos la zona donde esperaría que se encuentre con ese retroceso por acá, más o menos acá. No lo pueden ver. Y de ahí ya, pues, que se dé la vuelta y me dé un poco más de, continúe en long. El long, yo voy a entrar en un long, honestamente, la zona de los 95.200 sería buena para Bitcoin. Y una vez más, lo voy a dividir en tres entradas. 95.200, 94.200 y 93.500 es lo que yo haría en ese long, ¿ok? Y en Solana, Simplemente, si quiero entrar en long, 140, 137 es la zona. Y de ahí, ¿dónde me voy a deshacer de él? Por los 156. 156 sería la siguiente zona para deshacerme de él. Te va a dar la entrada. Vamos a ver todos juntos en el próximo episodio del mercado. Pero por ahora, empezamos ya ahora sí que estamos cocinando. Estamos cocinando con dinamita, damas y caballeros. Estamos pescando con dinamita. Estamos haciendo las cosas más fáciles para todos nosotros. Y ahorita, sobre todo, viendo cómo nos dan buenas y malas noticias en lugares perfectos para esto, vamos a continuar tal cual y estamos disecando esto como nunca. Todos los días aprendemos algo nuevo. Todos los días aprendemos algo nuevo y nos funciona para hacer más dinero y llevarlo a casa. Algo se me está olvidando. Déjeme rapidísimo checo esto. Tío, perdí la mayor parte de mi dinero. Lo bueno es que es paper trading. Está usando el simulador, Santiago, el cual nos dices que si no le sabemos, vamos a perder. Bien, me da muchísimo gusto. Bien hecho, bien hecho, bien hecho. Vamos a ver. Ok, es todo. Damas y caballeros, con eso vamos a terminar la sesión del día de hoy. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Gracias por acompañarme. Güey, qué chingón, qué divertido, qué chingón. Me voy a ir a la playita en un rato. Les mando un abrazo a todos ustedes. Cuídense mucho. Nos vemos en la próxima. Y Graciela, de nuevo, por estar aquí conmigo y por estar aprendiendo conmigo de la mano. Puta madre, ha sido muy divertido. Gracias, gracias, gracias. Y espero de todo corazón que hayan agarrado el long de ayer porque fue uno de esos. La cantidad de dinero hecha fue brutal y disfrútenlo. Cómprense algo chido. Cómprense algo chido y diviértanse mucho. Gracias.